Hello? Hello, Ultra Kill? Hello? Is this mic working? Is it staticky? Can you hear me? Are you gay? Are all those things true? Probably. Okay, good. Yeah, you sleep. I don't think I gave you permission to go to sleep, so yeah, you're just gonna go ahead and sit and chat and be a good little chatter. Auth key for what? What are you talking about? Auth keys. You're not getting any keys for nothing. I will take a drink, thank you. I need to raise that price, by the way. Actually, I need to add some other stuff in there. Did you? Oh, you got a free sub. I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, there was a. Yeah, since I'm starting, uh, some a hoopla last night. Actually, this is a little loud still. Uh, Towards the end of the stream, somebody came in and they were talking to me about a site I was using just recently for images, just a small image hosting site called Femboy. Here, I'll just the people that own this happen to see. No, it's not porn. It's just it's like a personal image host that they kind of just like got a cool domain name for, and then they just opened it up to other people. And I don't know how I found it. I saw somebody else using it, but I used it for a couple pictures, and they saw me in the analytics. I ended up coming to the channel, and I was talking to them for a while, and yeah, they wanted to sponsor the channel, and I said for one sub, I would put them in the about section, but they ended up giving, or they gave me two prime subs and then gifted three, so five total. So now they have their own command. They have the femboy command. You didn't gift. Well, you got a sub, so you're special in that way. Of course, obviously. You'll always be the special psychopath, unhinged, deranged, sociopath, uh, red colored name chatter for me. Special perms for what? What are you doing? What are you trying to hack? I don't like your excitement over whatever you think you've got. What do you think you have, and what are you about to do exactly? Let me change this. Okay, the music is still playing good. What are you talking about? Go check the shit? I don't know what that means. Anyways, we're gonna do a little bit more stuff today. Possibly boring stuff. No special. Oh, no, no, no. I haven't connected anything like that to Discord. And there's nothing special even like to see. I mean, unless you really, really want to pay the big bucks. But you would basically have to sell your soul to me, Ultra Kill, and I don't think you're prepared yet for that. Are you? I don't think so. I think we've got a little bit to go before I steal your soul. Oh. That femboy photos. Oh, you should just be able to create one, can't you? Can't you just create one there? Hold on. Let me look. Incognito. Why the fuck is it going to this address? Yeah, just go to femboy.photos and hit create new account. Doesn't that work? And how dare you tell me to shut the fuck up? Oh, you're not getting into mine. Oh, I mean, you can see what's in mine. I don't care. Actually, well, no, I don't want to show you because you will steal my auth key, and it does show it. I accidentally showed it last night. But I'm not gonna show. I mean, you can see here. Hold on. I'll open it, but I'm just gonna show or hide the. You can't even Google Finboy photos and it won't even pop up. Like you have to. Yeah, right. Yeah, they don't have it covered. So actually, I don't know if I'll be able to do this. Oh yeah, I will here. I mean, it's only like this stuff. And this picture right here is just is this. Yeah, there's nothing I would be careful about putting stuff like I mean, they said they manually review those pictures just to make sure no creeps like you are putting really really weird stuff on there. Like some of that Discord stuff is probably already on the line for unhingedness. Speaking of unhinged, what'd you have to eat today, Ultra Kill? Hopefully it was uh, a little tastier than a sandwich minus the patty. What was that? A ketchup sandwich? I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, and you're gonna have to wait for the real good pictures, Ultra Kill. I mean, those are obviously coming later. You did get a sub though, so I mean, you gotta be happy about that. Now I just have to figure out what I want the sub badges to be. Also, I tried seeing if I could get a night version of this, but I couldn't get like a good one to pop out, so I'm just gonna not fuck with it for now. Plus, I'm kind of tired of messing with this page, anyways. I'm kind of feeling like I don't feel like fucking with either of these anymore. I'm kind of over them right now. How's the music? It could be a little lower. Yeah, speaking of, you have 7TV, right? That's what you said. So you can see like this. Oh, oh shit, you know what I just realized? I don't have my Astolfo Sway on screen. There we go. Let's get a nice thumbnail of that. The fuck was that beep? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be doing a little bit of programming today. A little bit of programming. One of the things I got towards the end of yesterday was, where is it? Actually here, I can just show it like this. So if we go here, this address right here is essentially where I'm using for, basically this is where it's connecting to on my local server for the overlays. One of the endpoints, they call it in the biz. The nerds call it that, not me. But this is also what you would put in like OBS. So when I go over into this console, this is going to just send a little message to this address which is basically like this address, but just the appy. I know. I've been doing that this whole last month. Ultra Kill. I've kind of gotten used to it. Um, you were getting Instagram? What do you mean getting? You say that like it's McDonald's, like you were getting for research purposes. Oh, I see. I see. Do you do a lot of research on Instagram, Ultra Kill? A lot of one-handed research. What was I saying? You're distracting me. So yeah, this sends a message to the overlay. So this will be like transparent. And actually, it should pop up here when I do it. Let's see. Yep. So it shows up here and it shows up on my OBS overlay. Oh wait, you can't actually see the OBS overlay. This is going to be an infinite thing here for a second. So there's my overlay. Oh, also. Wait, why isn't it playing? Look, I put the thing in. Why doesn't it play the sound? Is that actually... That's weird. What's happening? Where am I? I got too much crap on the screen. So yeah, that's what's happening. And yeah, I was talking to no one. I know you don't care about this Ultra Kill. Your brains aren't nearly big enough to understand any of this. You just stick to your Instagram research while the adults are doing real work over here. You go play with the other kids on Instagram. While the adults work. So yeah, basically this is just like a hello world, essentially, of how this system's going to work. So I've been debating if I want... Before, I was planning on having like a browser source for every single different type. Not every type, but I guess each overlay, like panel individually. But lately I'm thinking it might be better to just have one large one and then just set that up as like a multi-panel thing, essentially. And I think that's going to be, I don't know, there's downsides and upsides of both. But I think that would be easier to manage because it would be only one source then you would really have to mess with. And it would be sized perfectly to the output already. So the sizes you like wouldn't have to worry about scales and stuff, really. But the singular endpoint would definitely be a huge thing. And the fact, I mean, then you can actually just make singular elements that you could just kind of bounce back and forth. You wouldn't have to have each element be able to communicate. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's going to be the best way to do that. Because you're going to also, otherwise you're going to have a lot of like duplicate WebSocket code. Yeah. It's a good song. So let's see. So that's kind of going to be what we're going to be doing. Is it's pretty much all going to be focused on this node thing, which is actually this is what's running right here. And right now you can see like it actually shows like all of Ultra Kill's unhinged messages, like as you can see. These are all being tracked and logged and sent to the FBI, like I was directed to do. So we're doing that. Along with yeah, that's currently all it's really doing. Oh, it's actually showing the log for. See, it's actually showing each individual request here too. And that's actually like what a regular web request looks like, pretty much. It's super, super simple. So yeah, fun times with Node and JavaScript are going to be had, and of course, our best friend ChatGPT is going to be doing most of the work. Well, I take that back. We'll see how much work. This is actually going to be an area I think I'm going to have to manually do some work in, unfortunately, because I think it starts to get confusing for ChatGPT. That being said, since I will be just doing a lot of programming and it's pretty boring, I'm probably not going to be talking most of the time and will have my mic off by default. Where's my little message here? Yeah. We'll pop this out again. And we got Astolfo back on the screen. So just gonna be chilling, vibing, coding, smoking crack, you know, typical everyday stuff. The good times, the good parts of life, especially the smoking crack part, is the best times. So I'm gonna turn the mic off. If anyone has anything interesting to say, very interesting, say something, and maybe we can speak. We'll see. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? I made a little bit of progress here. So actually, so I got this. This is currently running on my computer right here, and it's just logging messages. Um, but over here, it's running actually on my server. So I just got it set up. So that's technically running. So if I go to my site now, should no. I got an error. What? Excuse me? Did I push an error? What the fuck is this? Literally touch one thing. Node server. Source core node server. So now let's try it again. It's interesting. This pops up here, but not on my computer. Oh wait, did that error over here too? No. Was I using the old? Must have been. There we go. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. So here it is. This should be live now at Futapansu TV. Twitch, YouTube, bad stuff, Twitter, Discord, email. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. So the site is now running. Is it? It feels almost slow. I don't know why. I wonder if my internet speed's just kind of fucked right now. It feels like it kind of is. I mean, it shouldn't be slow at all. Although, I was thinking, and I do think that I can cache these pages in Node's memory. Probably make it a little bit faster, and then I don't need to read from the files or file server or whatever every single time. I can just load it up once and then just dish it out. Should make it a little bit faster. I'm not gonna mess with that then right now. I am happy. So let's see. And it's still working on mine, of course. I love that the bow is the icon for it. So cute. So fucking cute. Freezing in my room right now. It's cold as hell. That's it. What does that look like actually on the network? Oh yeah. Look at those. Look at those ratings. Damn, that's nice. Wait, what? Oh, oopsies. This one. Wait, really? Oh yeah. Did it say? Hmm. I kind of wanted to know the actual speed. This is not good though. I need to fix that. I mean, other than that though, and HTTPS is all working goog. Sweet. Now what I want to do is make a really nice fold out thing. Like let's see. Yeah, this is all. Damn it. You see, like when I put this link into Discord, normally or not normally, but a lot of sites have it so it'll show like like something special. kind of like a little embed that you can kind of control when you are a web designer or the owner. And I don't have that set up here. Let's see if I do it for Cubicle, just the base site. It should. Yeah. So I can do something like that with the Futa site as well. Oh, interesting. I wonder, is it using... It must be using like a site color to determine this thing right here. Interesting. I didn't realize it was doing that. Cute. Very cute. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's working now. So technically, I'm actually running 2 node servers on, well, not one's not really a server per se, but I mean, depends on how you define a server, but um there's at least 2 different node processes running on my VPS, which I'm sure is fine. Um, let's see here. Oh, yeah. Futapensu. Finboy, streamer, cringe. And it's got the little bow. Looking cute AF. I like it. I like it. Super clean. It's 10 times better than Linktree. And it's on my own site. Hell yeah. And on that note, since I got that working now, the node server's up and working. That's fucking awesome. That's probably the fastest I've technically got a. Well, I don't know about the fastest, but it's pretty fast for getting this stuff set up, even though it's just a simple link list. It's the most beautiful link list I've ever seen, though. If I'm being TBH. And I am. It could use a night mode, though. I like it. I like all the colors. I like it. I like it a lot. If I'm being TBH. Now, if only. What if I added Should I copy Linktree and add a QR code at the bottom? Could do that. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go take a small break real quick. This is awesome though. I fucking love it. So cute. Okay. I'm gonna take a small break real quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm going on a little break real quick. I shall be back. Hello, I am back. If anyone was wondering, I am alive, actually. Thank you for your concern. But I am back. But I'm going to continue, probably just not speaking. Just vibing to this weird ass music and, working on this node stuff. Unless, of course, a cute chatter wants to say something. But I'm sure there's nobody cute here right now. I'm sure there's nobody that is cute at all here right in this moment. Okay, I can't speak. I already feel my throat getting fuzzy just thinking about it. Anyways, I got some coffee. I'm gonna drink that. Maybe it'll help wake me up. But I want to do a few cool things. I know there's not been much cool stuff done necessarily. I don't know actually. I think the Futosoft Perfect Background Remover is pretty cool. Actually, you know what? I haven't tried. This stuff should work on this site, actually. Yep, it does. Cool. So these tools are actually, I guess, live now. Or this one is. That's kind of crazy. I feel like it took a long time to load, but maybe I'm crazy. That's a pretty small memory usage. I do need to set the server up. Oh, actually, I was going to try something. Uh, I think this is going to duplicate stuff now for until I turn off the other one. Yep. Wouldn't have been crazy if I would have rolled the exact same thing. So, yeah, interesting. I'm gonna need a way to like start. How am I gonna do this? Hmm. I'm gonna have to think about how I'm gonna do this. So I'd still like to test everything locally, but I don't. I guess I could just turn off all the events that would be coming from outside or any. Well, shit. Actually, no. Maybe I should do that on. Now I think about it. Maybe I think I should add an option in and just disable that on the one on the online or on the VPS. Because I just want the VPS one to host the website essentially for now. I don't want it to. Or do I? I'm gonna have to think about how I want to do this. Because I would like to have this actually on both, but I think it's going to cause some problems. Clearly, as we can see in chat when it duplicates messages. Um, So I wonder if the overlays and stuff work too. So if I have, let's see. Also, I need to check something. Interesting. The memory actually isn't too bad for running 2 node servers on the VPS. It only went from like 50% to like 58.5. And that's running 2 of them. I think one was let's see, it's about half. Yeah, they didn't. It's about exactly half each. Because I can see when I started one, it's around 54. So about 4% of my memory. Let's see, and I have 2 gigs. 2%, 0.2. So like 0.1 gig. At 100 megabytes, give or take. Interesting. And the CPU really, I mean, there's 2 spikes. I'm guessing this is when they started. That would have to be probably it. Or when I transferred stuff. One of those. One of those is definitely the culprit. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, no. Plus. Wait, what is this plus 1? Oh, is that the volume? Oh, I forgot I have a volume attached to this. Right. Okay. Everything seems to still be working after I added this. That's good. It's a good sign. Oh, I want to try that overlay. Okay. Oh, what is this now? Happy overlay. Unknown Appy overlay toast. What was there? Unknown Appy route. What? Where is that? Oh, wait a second. Oh, interesting. It's actually. Wait, what? It's coming from here. Is this what I wanted? Oh no, wait, I added this here. Wait, how in the oh wait, this wasn't working. Oh wait. Maybe I added this after. Uh, ga. Hmm, ga. Hmm, hmm, ga. Well, it's clearly going through. Okay, let's see. I don't know. Wait, I can't get this through there. I have to take this out. Unless I change how this is working. Um. Okay. Now I should just be able to go here, come here, do one of these numbers, and then do one of these, I believe. And then, and then, and then over here, we'll go reload this. Okay, shows up really socket. What is happening? Am I actually seeing all the socket requests? Okay, well, anyways, this thing should work now. Was this from, oh, this is, I'm on the background remover site, first of all. Jesus. Oh, okay, this does not look good. Yes, this is not good. Okay, so we do have an error here. Okay, this time, however, did it pop up? I didn't see, actually, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I think I need to, whatchamacallit? Oh, okay, it's this one. Let me make it a little bit smaller. So let me think about this. Is this gonna? I don't think this is gonna work. Okay. Let me think about this. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what this path is. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, maybe I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't having this problem on mine because it was not a secure connection. Probably. It definitely wasn't secure. I should probably turn this music down a wee bit. Let's see. That's probably good. Turn mine down. Okay. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Did I? I did have a method. Wait a second. Where was that? Uh. How do I want to do this? I'm not. See if the music stopped. I'm not super sure how I want to do this. I did not consider. I kind of just wanted to test this on the server and make sure it worked, and it does work. It works goog, actually. Even my little tools work. Oh, I didn't restart this, did I? It's trying. Hmm. I don't know. This is there's probably something wrong with how it's set up on. Whoopsies. On the other site, clearly. What if I. Hmm. Now, does that mean. Oh, unknown URL scheme. Huh? You can't just put WebSocket addresses in the search bar? Hmm. 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 Oh, how do I want this will be a lot easier once I have the base figured out for all this. Because then I won't be changing these critical files. But currently, I kind of have to do it somehow. What if... Hmm. 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 I gotta separate some stuff out of here. Something. I wonder if it's actually this thing. Is it the upgrade request that's... But it was working on... Hmm. having trouble deciding how I want to do this. I mean, hmm. I don't really think I need to actually just. I think I could just run everything currently from my local computer until I get this set up in a better fashion. I just got replaced by a vibe coder. They said I was a legacy developer. Well, I don't see how there's anything other than like a vibe coder left. I mean, if you're not using AI to some degree, I guess it depends on what you're working on, but I mean, it's just faster for so many things. But what kind of like eh the thing is the thing is you can hate it all you want, but that's not gonna stop it or change anything of the situation. So really, just I feel like it's just wasted energy. I mean, I hate it too. I've been a programmer for like a very long time, and I have a lot of code that I've now quote unquote manually coded. And believe me, I know your pain, but at the same time, I feel like resisting and just complaining or being unhappy about it, it's not going to do anything. There's just too much money behind it at this point. I mean, there's just too much money. And when you have that much money like behind something, it's just unstoppable, essentially. So I've been just I mean, vibe coding pretty much everything. I'm not doing it for anything super important. And it definitely is not going to replace all programming. I don't know. Well, I kind of like really hated the whole vibe coding, like just the whole idea of it at first. But I mean, and the name, I kind of just hated the name too. But it's better to embrace than you know what you turn into otherwise. It's like that Simpsons meme where it's like the what was it, the grandpa, the old man yelling at clouds meme. I mean, that's what you eventually turn into unless you give in to some degree, because everyone else is going to give in. So I feel like so much is going to change in the next 5 to 10 years, where I think actually we'll have a lot bigger questions, honestly, to answer. Like how people are going to survive when like everyone's losing their job and there's, you know, no money to be distributed, or only the super wealthy exist or have the means to do anything. A lot of yeah, it's going to be interesting just to see like what is left. That's part of the reason I kind of got into streaming, honestly. Like I said, I was for the last 10 years I was doing like programming professionally, but I've been doing it like way longer. So, yeah, oh yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on how you look at it. It depends how you look at it. It's like would people 100 years like ago look at us and say like, "Oh, where did we go wrong?" Or would they look at us and be like, "Oh man, I wish we had that kind of luxury." You know? It's hard to say how things are going to progress and whether or not It'll be good or bad. I mean, when we first developed the nuke, I mean, who knows what they thought 100 years from then would have been. Maybe they thought we would have all been dead and killed ourselves, which who knows could still happen at any time, easily. That's what kind of scares me is like super technology getting more accessible to the average person. Like right now, we haven't destroyed the earth because you have to be in some like super high position and be somewhat sane to have access to like the powers to do something like that. But the more and more advanced stuff is accessible to the common person, and AI definitely allows that in many, many, many ways. Like not to the extent of nuclear bombs, obviously, but it allows you to do a hell of a lot more than you could have done previously with just a Google search. That's for sure. That's the biggest thing for me. The biggest advantage is you can ask it very like complicated questions that would have been pretty much impossible to do with Google before. But it is, I don't know, it's so weird. It's really the last couple of years it's kind of made me think about a lot of different things. And it's I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I think a lot is going to change though. And I think we're in a point where like some people see it coming. I think most people just is like, "Oh, what is this AI stuff I'm hearing about?" Most people like normal people probably have like no idea what's happening. Or maybe they've just seen it on Facebook like their friend is I don't know, generating some stupid image or something. Or like my neighbors generating a birthday song that had their names in it or something. They don't really realize kind of like what like I don't know is going to be possible with it in just X amount of time. And that's really the thing is just how much better is it going to get? That's what kind of scares me. It's like right now, I mean, it right now it would have done things I think where if you would have told anybody 5 years ago, no one would have believed you, except for maybe people that were deep into it already, because maybe they saw it coming, but no normal person would have ever said any of the shit it's doing now would have been possible. That's what's kind of, and it's already been normalized. Like it was normalized super quickly, but it's even more normalized now. So it's I don't know. Who knows? Like I don't know. Just based on that alone, things we could think were out of the question now could be, you know, normalized in 5 years. Technology is just progressing so rapidly too in general. It's a weird time to be alive, that's for sure. I am more and more convinced as time goes by that we are actually just going to end up in the Matrix. Like, not for the reasons of the movie, but for the reasons of you can't give everyone like their dream. Like it's just not feasible in the real world. But you can come close or closer if you just drop them in some virtual world where you can simulate stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's what I think's gonna happen personally. But who knows? I mean, maybe the Matrix will be completely. I felt like in the actual Matrix it was like all electronic. Maybe they didn't really go into detail, but like maybe we like developed some biological matrix. Like who like we have not even like barely touched anything to do with biology. We cannot even create the most basic form of life. We don't even understand how the most basic forms of life like are really even created. So we are still so stupid in so many aspects. It's kind of crazy. I have pivoted while you were talking. I have now spent $500 on Claude Code, Cursor, Windsurf, Lovable, Bolt, Replit, perplexity, and I'm ready to vibe, and I'm ready to win. Well, good luck. Um, I don't know if I would have dove in that deep, immediately. Maybe I would have just played with some free stuff initially. That's just me though. I don't have piles of cash to burn. Sorry. You can refund all that and send it my way, and I'll invest it into a much better cause, like Pop Tarts. I heard those are going to be worth a lot in a couple of years. No, it is going to be very, very weird. Like I've never been like a doomsayer or a like, the sky is falling type of person. But when I just think about the stuff it can, like, again, the 5 years ago, we would not have believed any of the stuff it's doing now. And although I guess maybe it's different because that was like the big initial jump into it, and maybe that was kind of like the initial shock of like jumping into the water. I don't know. So maybe like we won't have that and it'll just be a slow. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. What kind of programming were you doing, and had you been doing it very long? Because, like I said, it's not taking over yet. I have definitely spent enough time with it where the stuff at least I'm using, it is not there. It cannot handle large projects. The stuff I've seen at least, it gets very very confused. Um, Around 1,000 lines, and then it starts getting real bad around 2,000 lines, and then I give up after around 2,000 lines. And if you have to split a code base in like multiple files, again, I don't know about all these other systems like Claude and Cursor. I've not tried any of the IDE stuff like at all, so I don't know how good any of that is, but I can tell you ChatGPT is definitely not there. Like I said, I can barely get it to handle a 2,000 line long uh, code base, which is like nothing. That's nothing. So it's definitely got some. It's not very good. I don't know. Like if you are smart enough and know programming well enough where you can like very delicately like guide it like you would giving a very like a baby that was good at following directions, or you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it could do better. Like I told it to like start organizing classes and organizing code in a certain way, and it started doing that, and it made it generally better. But how much of that do you have to specify? Like when you go from 100 lines to 1,000, do you have to specify like, oh, maybe you should start structuring this in a more sane way? Because 100 lines, no one gives a shit about how it looks, but 1,000 things start to matter a little bit more. And the same goes for 10,000. Things start to matter a lot more. And then at 100K, if you don't have some good, real good organization stuff, you're going to be like fucked. Like it's almost impossible. That's at least my feeling on the stance. I mean, it gets crazy. The thing is, and especially now, I'm saying all this having like that was my experience when I was like manually coding. I haven't done like a whole lot of manually coding since the AI stuff really came out, honestly. I mean, I've done stuff here and there, like, and I still do, but I feel for like super simple stuff, it's like generating things that I would be like, I mean, that's pretty close to what I would do. Again, like, but if you're doing really, like, I've done some like rendering things, or maybe if I guided it in a very, very, no, I don't have any of it in Notepad, unfortunately. Like I said, I haven't done any of the IDE stuff. I'm just bouncing back and forth between the browser currently. So it's kind of a very clunky system I have too. Again, if you had an IDE, I don't know how good they are in the IDEs. I'm assuming way, way better. Yeah, it just really has a hard time with I don't know. Is it? I'll have to look into one of those. Yeah, I've been using Notepad plus plus for so fucking long. I've used other stuff like when I was doing professional. I don't know if you've ever how much you know about gaming, but like or Hytale, if you've ever heard that name before, a game that was supposed to come out that but never did. I was a dev on that for like 5 years, and there we actually use like the JetBrains. Was it Eclipse and Visual Studio? But on my stuff, I always used just Notepad plus plus. But yeah, I imagine the cursor um, ones are a lot better. Yeah, you probably heard about it about 5 years ago or so when they first released a trailer and lied about a whole bunch of progress and then led everybody on for the next 5 years until about a few months ago when they ultimately collapsed. Yeah, I left there about um basically I started there in okay, I don't know if you know about how much you know about Minecraft, but basically there's a Minecraft server that got really popular and the owner ended up having a lot of money and it was Hypixel. And they ended up being the biggest server for Minecraft, um, having tens of thousands of people. So they made a whole bunch of money. They wanted to start their own Minecraft essentially that didn't have all the rules. That was what Hytale was going to be. I got hired in like 2015, before they even had a name for it. So we started making this thing, and for the next couple years, I'm there. We're making this thing and start slowly like starting to talk to people or like release information to the public and work on it internally. But there was like a lot of like I want to say just issues internally. I could go on like for a long time about all the internal stuff, but let's just say issues. Um, that just like I noticed were getting worse over the years. So, anyways, over the years they were like trying to find some way to fund this, like external investors, so they wouldn't have to like because there was like a when I was there like 30 people, so there was a hefty amount of money getting poured into this, like but by the people who owned the server. Um, so one guy in particular was like a salesman type of character. I want to say like personality. He went around kind of like a whole bunch of like uh different dev or not dev companies, but game companies like Riot Games and I think Microsoft Games and a whole bunch of different ones. Like I actually went and toured like the Riot Games studio out in LA and Blizzard too, actually, while we were out there. It was kind of crazy. Anyways, they ended up getting Riot to invest in this thing, essentially buy out the other guy that, started it. So he was gonna step away from the project and let Riot own it essentially. And the guy that's like the salesman guy was gonna step in and be like the central president or whatever, kind of like the leading figure. And that's the point when I left because I was like not on super good terms with this guy, like the salesman type guy, because he was like super shady. Like he was like a kind of like a used car salesman where he was like super like friendly on the surface, but was kind of like a sociopath. Like once you got to know him, so I kind of wanted to get the fuck out, and I had been there for 5 years. So when Riot ended up, they finally got around to doing this transition. They ended up giving people that were coming over, which is pretty much everyone, a bonus. And then I waited around long enough to be technically hired on, get that bonus, and then like a month later, I told them I was gone and I left there. And it just went downhill for the next 5 years. Like they kept hiring more people and just they rewrote the engine like 2 different times into multiple languages, and they just poured. I heard they end up dumping $75 million into this project total, and they just said a few months ago that it's over. They basically just can't continue with it any longer. So all that time and work, it kind of evaporated. And now they're trying to get, there's been like a quote save Hytale movement, like hashtag, where they were trying to get the old guy who still owns the Hypixel server that originally started it to buy it back and continue the legacy of it. Because all these people over the years were promised this game, and like they released trailers and screenshots, and nothing, literally nothing ever came from. They didn't even release a playable beta for anybody. Oh, it was a shit show. And I have no idea what it looked like for the last 5 years. I only saw the first half when it was like, somewhat hopeful, I should say. Like it was super hopeful. Like when I first started there, I was like super excited. And then like next 5 years, like everything just went downhill. Is there still a lot of demand on Minecraft private server? I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of demand. There's a website that actually tracks private server populations. What is it called? Mindtrack? Uh, what is it? Mindtrack stats. No. Well, maybe it's this. No, I can't remember what it is. I'm guessing they still get tens of thousands online at a single time. Which, if you go look at Steam stats, if a Steam game has like tens of thousands of people playing it, they're like on a top 10, and they have that on a multiplayer game like alone. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, FiveM and GTA is still huge. And that's the thing, Hytale, or not Hytale, but Minecraft doesn't even go through Steam, so you don't really see those numbers. But oh god, the amount of people that are playing Minecraft at any given time would just dominate Steam's top list all day, every day, forever. It's still, I mean, if you look at, I mean, it's not nearly as big as it was or ever will be. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's always going to be kind of like slowly tapering from its peak, but it still, flops around. And I think it always will. It's going to be, I want to say, kind of like a modern day Doom, where it'll just never die. It's too simple and like, I don't know. I just don't think it's going to die ever. Oh, I mean, and I worked on a website. The thing I worked on the last 5 years was, I mean, I can show you. Um, this actually isn't the newest version. Whoops. Oh, there we go. This is something, and like I said, this isn't the newest version. I have that kind of like gated off behind some private stuff, but this is kind of what I worked on the last 5 years, and this is actually how I originally got that job on the game, because I was working on this project and I was like starting to show stuff off on Twitter, um, and they ended up seeing that when they were like starting to think about making their game, and they contacted me on Twitter and said, "Oh, we're about to make this game, and we kind of like what you're doing," because it was like very, like they were, it was almost like completely like in line, like progress wise with like what they were doing essentially. And I actually had more progress in my thing than they did. Like when I first started there, I was like, I think one of the first 5 developers, and only one original developer was still there when I left, other than me, of those 5. And I think there was like 50 people total when I, not just devs, but 50 people. And then I think when they stopped, I think they had over 100 people. So it was just I can't imagine, like I said, what went down the last 5 years, because I didn't really keep in contact with. I mean, I left on quote unquote friendly terms, but I didn't really uh, speak with too many people from there anymore, and didn't really. It kind of left a sour taste in my mouth, honestly, because like being a game dev was like my dream job, and for it to be kind of so fucked up, like there's a lot of internal and like private stuff I'm not even like going into, that kind of like also skewed my view on things, but it was a huge mess. It was a huge, and I was always like the last 5 years I never really talked about it. Like I didn't say anything when I left publicly. I didn't really speak about working there at all. But now that it's kind of like evaporated completely, I feel like it's fine. No one's gonna give a shit. And before, I never wanted to say anything bad because there was still a team of, you know, people that were, basically innocent that I felt would have been affected. Could have been negatively by, shit or beef I had with, sociopaths that just happen to work there and run things. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was like one of the craziest experiences ever. I mean, it changed my life essentially because I had always had, a normal job, like where I was at a physical location before that. And I had started there, like I was working remotely there 5 years before COVID had started. So I had already been, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I spent too much time on that site. I could again list out a million things I put in that. That thing has a redstone simulation. I think the newest one does. Redstone. It has like particle effects simulation. I kind of went a little too crazy. The whole thing started off was like I had never done any 3D rendering ever before touching this. And after this, I have like spent hundreds of hours like looking at shader code now. I'm not an expert, but like I definitely know what the fuck a shader is, that's for sure. So and actually this is actually a specialized shader I worked on. So this is actually just two triangles, this whole thing. Where traditionally like this would be like a triangle, and this all these would be a triangle, but this is actually just two triangles, and I'm doing like a raycasting type simulation to get like the real reflections and stuff. So it's just kind of cool. Like I really just did cubicle to like learn essentially, but then I was like, oh, if this could be like a tool that I could use or people could use or a site, I was like, might as well do that too. And like I literally that was the whole idea behind it, and it kind of like changed my life along with some other like Minecraft related decisions that kind of were like seemed like innocuous at the time, like oh, like surely this one simple thing I do today or website I go to today won't change my life for the next 10 years. But there's definitely like a points in time where a website I went to changed my life for 10 years. Just is very weird and kind of crazy to think about. But like this website's one of them leading me to that job. I like through that job they flew me out to LA. Was one of the times we met, and that was like one of the first times I met these people. And the other one was they flew me out to Ireland because that's where like the sociopath I was talking about, he was based in Ireland. Thank you. Yeah, I spent a lot of time, like again, way too much time um on performance for that thing. And in that area is the area I think AI would really struggle with the most because I had to do some. Well, maybe it. If you're like a low level developer, it wouldn't seem that crazy. But for JavaScript, I'm kind of doing some. Oh, my bad. What was I doing? Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, those ads, they kind of like force them onto you at a certain point after you've been streaming. But you might look into something called, I think it's uBlock Origin Lite. But you didn't hear that from me. I don't know what your opinion is on ad blockers, but or if you're on mobile or what. But you might want to look into that because the ads on this site are horrendous. Is one way of putting it. Well, I'm sorry. What was I even talking about? I can't remember. They kind of had like a war with those devs. Like they went back and forth. Like I don't actually know. Like I'm not sure what's. I have something enabled that's stopping it, and I'm pretty sure it's uBlock Origin Lite. They did have a war for a while though, and they were patching it a lot. Like watching what they were doing, and then like yeah. Yeah, I would take a look at that if I were you. Or just there's I was using something else that was also doing it, I think. I don't know. It's been kind of like you know how it is, like it kind of just bounces around like if they're actively trying to like shut them down, I think, or not. I do know that I was testing Edge and I installed I think it's uBlock Origin Lite. And I don't think I've actually I had uBlock turned it on max mode though. Okay, yeah, see if that helps. And again, maybe I don't know. The settings for Twitch and how their ads work and like their cookies, they change so much stuff in the background like I've had cookie problems where I couldn't even follow certain channels. Like it rejected my follow because one of my cookies was so screwed up that I had to clear all my cookies out just so I could follow this channel. It was kind of messed up. Just started defaulting to Comet AI browser, so might have screwed up some extensions too. Interesting. You started defaulting to Comet or something you're using defaulted to Comet? I've never heard of that, by the way. Is that a mobile browser or actually desktop? Yeah, I probably should just look it up. It's the future. When you say things like that, it makes me wonder if you're a Comet AI agent sent to sell me the newest Comet version. You're not, are you? You know you have to tell me if you are. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Comet desktop? Wait, that's not the right. Oh, it's Chrome based. Okay. Oh, it's from Perplexity. Okay. Trying it right now. I've not actually tried a whole lot more AI outside of let's see, Grok, Gemini, and ChatGPT, honestly. Which I know there's like literally a billion at this point. What is this? Did you have to join the waitlist to get this? And did you already get accepted if you did? Because they just had a like a added to waitlist thing. Oh, you got their pro plan, really? So wait a second. You already were in AI. I see. This whole time, just debating me. Scammed. Who would have thought a Twitch chatter would have led me down the wrong path? You were role playing. Role playing the average Twitch chatter. I don't trust anything Twitch chat ever says ever. Like maybe just a tiny bit, but not fully ever. I've been on Twitch way too long and like been in chat and been a chatter way too long. I type random shit all the fucking time. You are the vibe coder that takes jobs. I've put together a couple little things the last couple days. Uh where is it? This is my vibe coded a little background remover. This is something I had wanted to do for like a couple years. And I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to do it. Or I'm just going to make stupid chat GPT do it for me. So I put together this little remover tool that has a whole bunch of different options on it. So you can select different featherings and off signs and like fall off values for the alpha strength modifiers, and you can like have like the mask be visible. So I actually got like, but once this got to the end of it, one of the very last things I wanted, and actually you can see this has got some issues too now that I'm looking at it. This was the last thing, just adding this stupid help and this button that was stuck here to the bottom, and it like I could not get it to do it. It like every time I tried, it just ended up fucking up something else, and so I was like, I give up. I manually fixed it, and I was like, I can't put this thing through anything more. And I'm like, I'm calling this thing done. It's just like a single, like a file essentially. I think I had a single file in this one, so it was just pushing it to the limits on what it could do. So I would have never spent this much time on something like this myself, probably, because it ended up being like this thing ended up being like after I put it through like Prettier or something, it was like 2,400 lines. It just kept doing like it's just Chat GPT. I just kept bouncing stuff kind of back and forth. Like I said, I had to get kind of specific, you know. Yeah, I really do need to get into one of those. Like I said, I think it would help me a lot if it could handle like a project better. I find it once I get out of like try it now. Um, Let me pop this tab back over. Let me look it up. What kind? It's just a IDE. The AI code editor. You don't really have all those services, do you? Or do you just have the one? Because if you actually have all those, then you are truly. Are you serious? Jesus. Okay, now that's a little crazy. You vibe coded yourself into being a billionaire, so you're just tossing out. You're the most pro AI person you. So this whole time, trickery. I see. Your whole personality is nothing but a facade. I see. Is your name even a divorced fork? Is that even your real name? Or is that fake too? Is this downloading? Oh yeah, I think it is. Whoops. Oh, I just realized the music stopped. What am I about to open here? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? This seems like one of those like coupon books you used to buy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Am I too old? Or are you too young to know what that is? I can't believe I'm actually saying that now. I've never even heard of all this stuff. You know what I hate about this 240? Yo, I'm sure. I'm sure you probably do get some deals. But oh yeah, and I'm sure they do make a lot of money on people forgetting. I just feel like when they put these like $240 value, it's like, okay. It's like you're just making numbers up. All these are just made up. Just like prescription costs. They're all just made up numbers. There's no logic behind them. $5,000. What the fuck? They just they're just like fuck it. We'll make this one 5,000. Oh, okay. That was like year price. I was about to say. I thought they need to change how that looks. I initially thought that was 240 a month. I was like, what the actual fuck? Who is this Lenny character? And why does he have access to all these deals? I bet Lenny's banking off this. Are you Lenny? I'm starting to wonder if you're Lenny now. If you get paid monthly for each service, it is that much. Some of them are a bit exaggerated. Oh, I'm sure they are. Well, it's like those things where it's like, this typically costs $1,000, but today it's 90% off, or some like ridiculous, like today only, you can get it for 95% off. Or, you know what I'm saying? Just like, they can just, they do that shit all the time to exaggerate. And I've read enough bullshit on marketing and influencing garbage to to understand how that stuff works a lot better now. That's crazy though. I mean, if you are like looking for a whole bunch of things to try, it's probably yeah, very good. And I'm sure if I had money, if I wasn't poor, it would probably be a good investment maybe. Unfortunately, I am poor. However, if someone like a divorced fork needs someone in their life to talk to and chat and make them feel like a strong man, then maybe I can be that person for you. And you can spread some of that love this way. And I can try all these cool services. But until then, I am literally almost homeless. Almost. Almost homeless. Also, go, Jesus, Nightbot. I need a. I do not like how Nightbot has no, like, I don't know, clue that it's just spamming messages in a row. The fact that they don't have some sort of system in place to not allow that drives me insane. I need to, yeah. That's something I have to make my thing do better. So what are you, okay, what exactly are you programming where you need all these AI services? What the hell am I not doing right and you are doing right? Because obviously something is going on that I don't know of. And I don't think Lenny's product pass is the answer to that question. No matter what kind of commission you get on your sales. Many things? How many different product passes are there? Is there like a Billy's product pass? How many of these things have you popped out? through AI. Juanita's product pass? Only Lenny? Guess what? There's going to be 1,000 of them tomorrow. All through AI. Actually, I mean, that's essentially how everything feels like it's kind of going, honestly. Like anything I feel like original that does get released is just going to be like instantly evaporated kind of into like this just AI, like I don't know even what to call it. Like I don't know. Where they just like swoop it up and devour and like I don't know. Make it part of their knowledge base. So like what are you programming seriously though? Like give me an example. And who are you like uh doing this on your own? Are you working for a single company, multiple companies? You have like what's happening? Give me a little. I need to know a little bit where you're throwing all this money into AI. Or are you just pulling my leg again? Or is this just another Twitch chat debate? Okay. Here we go. Are you two brothers? Because I feel like you two could definitely be brothers in another life and from another mother. You are the company eggs. I would not be surprised one bit. Honestly. Hey, eggs. Did you say you got a sub? Another free sub? I wish I could prevent that, by the way. Prevent you from getting free subs in my channel. Now that I know that's what you do intentionally, I don't like it. I automated a RuneScape and sold a bunch of virtual currency, quit my job, and now I make AI. As a self legacy business automated. Yeah, I mean, I've done that at past jobs just because the jobs were so boring and I had access to Microsoft Office and you can do anything in Office with VBA, even though VBA is god awful. Interesting. I've never been as good at being an entrepreneur as it sounds like you have been. But I do it for a lot of things. I've just never been good at profiting from it. What is that no for, eggs? Or are you just saying your daily no? Are you just stopping by to say no and then leaving again? You got your free sub now. Go home to your 13 children that you probably have. And I'm still waiting on that child support check, by the way. Any day now. Still can't believe. At least they didn't give you a founder badge. That would have been a slap in the face. Uh-oh. Looks like Cute Chat Mod has a, well, it's got multiple bugs there. The first bug is that 2 instances are running. One on my home computer and one on my VPS currently. So it's responding twice. And also it's clearly got some problems with output there. But at least it still works and it gave you the emote. Which one is that? I kind of have a hard time telling. Oh, frown. I feel like now that I have some of these like loaded in, I feel like some of them are too the same as the other ones. I kind of wonder, I'm very curious, like, if I just got very lucky for my emote prefix, so I don't have a number in front of it, or after it. I feel like I see some emotes from people, and they have the numbers, but, like, they have very unique things where it's like I can't imagine there's that many people that have like a prefix already like that. I don't know. And that mine has 0 people that has that prefix. Seems very odd. Of course, that one's only 4 letters too. See, I don't know how they choose these prefix lengths either. Because that one's just mono 9. But like mine is like 7 letters. What do you mean it's not well, it's an emote prefix. That's what I'm saying. Someone is what are you talking about, Eggs? It's a prefix in that it prefixes all their emotes. That's what I mean. I think I noticed there is a way you can change that. Like you have like one opportunity. I noticed they said where you can change that if you change your name. But like they didn't give me the option to determine what mine was at all, and I don't think they do for anybody. But I do know other people have changed theirs. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm just always like curious because it seems very inconsistent between like different channels I've looked at. And I was curious when I did get emotes if I was going to have numbers in mine. And I'm very happy to find out I don't. Although I would like to have just Futa. That would be so much better instead of Futa Pan. But whatever. It's better than numbers. Let's see. I have no clue what I was doing now. Eggs, you always come in here and scare away the chatters that I'm talking to. Why do you do that? Oh yeah, cursor. And you didn't scare him away. What a surprise. Download for I thought okay, yeah, I think I did download this. Sure, Jesus, how many of these are there? Also, I might turn off my mic a second. I'm eating a snack real quick. Oh, also, it is very, very quiet in here, and I'm just now kind of noticing that. I need to get a stupid add-on or extension for that. So, are you making? I'm curious, Fork. Would you prefer a divorced fork or just fork or divorced or add? Fork, okay. Uh, were you doing or imposter? Maybe I'll use that one on special occasions. But today we'll go with I think fork. Were you creating like websites or like just? Oh right, you already said. I'm sorry. Uh, doing that stuff for businesses, right? My memory is god awful. I apologize if I ask you a question, then immediately forget the answer and ask you again. That may happen sometimes. I've been traumatized partly by people like Eggs coming in here and harassing me. Welcome to Cursor. Wait, skip and continue, I guess. I'll just do that for now. It's trying to make me do all this bullshit. Okay, so let's see. I just vibe coded a Chrome plugin while I was in here to hide your ChatGPT Claude chat history so you don't leak what you've been chatting about while streaming. Wait, what? What am I doing? Hide your. Oh. Oh, on the sidebar. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I was actually kind of. It actually even says uh my name. They're part of my name at the bottom. I'm kind of just like so over caring about trying to be private on the internet at all, honestly. I just don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm eating a Pop Tart, by the way. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Actually, let me have like 5 minutes to eat this Pop Tart and install this. You know, turn this music up a little bit. And I actually need to run to the bathroom real quick, so just give me a a single momento, please, if you don't mind. Wait, why can't I move this window? There we go. I don't know what this music is. I do know I don't like it though. That much I can tell you. Hmm. Is there anything good here on this side? Fuck it. Actually, oh shit. God damn it. I fucking hate YouTube's slippery UI. They can't follow their own advice and not just have a million things move around. Where did that video go? Oh, whatever. This one works too. Whoops. That's not the right one. Here, this is something I vibe coded. It's just a fancy list of buttons. And actually, I had to end up manually. I would actually be interested to see how well it would do on something like this, because I kind of generated a image and then like fed it, and then I had to like fix a whole bunch of bullshit. I don't know. I'm gonna eat this Pop Tart real quick. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Let me turn this down. Real quick. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching my back, so if I kind of sound far away, my back is killing me. Let's see. I use sites like 21 First Dev and Magic UI to pull in good-looking components and tell AI to adjust them as needed. Very few do it. Most AI. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. That's a good idea. I've actually had fairly good luck with the recent version, 5, on creating like basic UI stuff. Okay, so like how big are these projects you're doing? Like typically? Couple thousand lines or something? Like I'm very curious uh like how the AI is holding up on some of your bigger projects since you're using the IDE version of this stuff. Around 10K? Interesting. And these are all just like what JS stuff? Or what was it? You said you didn't really specify, I think. Did you? Like the language or anything? Or said automating business stuff? Oh, Next.js, I see. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my back is just fucking killing me. Yeah, I'll have to look at those sites and see. Okay. So do you notice okay, let me ask you then. Do you notice a difference in the quality of its output from like 1,000 lines to 10,000 or from 100 lines to 10,000? Can you tell a difference? Does it seem to be better in the tools you're using? Why can I not move this window? You have to be more intentional with context you feed in the bigger project. Yeah. Otherwise, quality degrades. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it needs a better way of separating like knowledge or something like internally without needing necessarily different agents. It's like it definitely does get confused. Like I don't know. That said, context engines are getting really good at handling bigger code bases. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, the one I been working on for that website's gotten it's gotten out of control, honestly. I use Augment Code Heavy, which handles big code bases better than Cursor and others. Interesting. Let's see what this is. Hmm. So before the AI stuff, were you just doing the same stuff just manually, or so you've just kind of switched over to just vibe coding everything? Hmm. They charge some crazy prices for some of this stuff. Yeah, I have a software engineer degree, but yeah, as soon as the AI hit, I was first on board. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's very weird sometimes seeing like I don't know, seeing some of the stuff it makes and just being like, that's like basically exactly what I would have done. So it's like at that point I was kind of like, why am I taking my time to do this stupid most software in or programming is just the same bullshit over and over and with slightly different whatever, stuff sprinkled in. It says loops and ifs all the way down. I mean, it's not overly complicated really, unless you do get to like huge systems or need like super critical, like super performant uh systems. Which honestly, like I think towards the end of when I was working on that website, that was the most fun I was having was working on like the lower level things, like the rendering, making the rendering more performant on like the actual CPU side and the GPU side. AI IDEs are also adding features to learn from your coding styles and adapting to emulate what you would do. Yeah, that's something I would definitely like more because I do find myself trying to get ChatGPT to kind of follow like my styles a little bit better. So when I have to eventually take over, so far, which I've had to on this bigger stuff, it's somewhat sane. Because what I've been currently doing is kind of untangling this fucking mess that it's essentially given me. But I don't want to start over from scratch because it's given me a fair amount of decent stuff, but it's kind of in like a fucked up state right now. And the system it created, it doesn't really do everything I want it to, and I'm not sure if it would be able to figure it out if the right way. I don't know. Then I'm just trying to like shove too much stuff into this one thing. It's crazy just like how much stuff you can just shove in a node process, honestly. Just like have this node process just do everything. Be a web server and control the overlays from my OBS and all the control panels and be a Twitch bot and a Discord bot. It's actually cool. I just like recently uh hooked up like the Discord part of it. It's actually kind of cool being able to use like Discord channels as like basically like a output log place. So like any like stuff I want to test, I can just like log, and you can actually like do a lot of crazy stuff. Like you can generate like binary files and just like embed them in messages in Discord. It's actually kind of crazy what you can do. I was very surprised. Man, I really do need to fix like this Nightbot stuff. Like so it does not sit here and spam when there's like hardly anybody here. It gets ridiculous just seeing Nightbot spam over and over. By the way, you said your entrepreneurship stuff didn't work out. What were you trying to sell? Essentially nothing. That was my problem. I found out I like coding and making cool stuff, but I hate playing salesman and I hate marketing. And I hate I don't want to say I hate capitalism, but I don't know, I just hate kind of that personality that you kind of need to take on when you want to sell things. Yes, it's very, very different things. Vibe marketing, I God, I wish. It's I would have been in a much better situation if I had like someone that was like good at all the stuff I was bad at, or you know what I'm saying, someone to complete or fill in all my gaps, because I just tried to take on too many things. Like the website was one thing. Well, not well. Most of them, like I said, I can't trust them for the things I've created, because they're just the things I've created are just well, partly a fucking mess, and partly they've just grown too much in complexity for like myself. I can barely follow like half the stuff. Well, that website, the whole website, like the client side of the website alone is about 150,000 lines of code, or getting near it. Um, and then the server side, I don't know, is maybe, I don't know, it's not a crazy amount of code, but it is in PHP, which I fucking hate. And it's partly in JS, and it's kind of just like a mess, partly. And part of that is because all my stuff was like self taught. I don't know. So I've just gone through different like phases of like knowing how to do things, like to barely knowing what I'm doing, to like kind of know what I'm doing, to so like I don't know. Sometimes some of the stuff I've created in the past is questionable. I mean, but it's gotten obviously way, way better. I mean, I couldn't put together a 150,000 line project coherently without, you know, having some idea what I'm doing. I can't tell you how many times I kind of like refactor that stupid thing, trying to figure out the best way to set it up. Because when I started that, man, I had almost no JavaScript experience, like whatsoever. And I barely had any object oriented programming experience. Like almost all of my experience for programming up until making this thing or that thing was functional. So it was kind of a big leap at first for me just to even go into object oriented programming. But I mean, now it's like obviously nothing. And I couldn't imagine doing anything without object oriented like trying to make that 150,000 lines in functional programming. Oh yeah, fucking right. Yeah, and that's the older or and part of kind of because I don't want to is part of the reason. I kind of like it. I kind of like working on it. And I don't know if I'm necessarily finished with that, and I think there is potential in that, because like what you see isn't even everything. Like, oh, subscriptions. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. Um and I still want to do that. But I don't know. It's kind of well a long story, honestly. It's like, and it kind of involves like some personal stuff, and my life wasn't too great over like a period of the last couple of years. So there's different a varying amount of reasons. It is something I would like to do though, and something I still am planning on doing, you know, at some point. I kind of got burnout as one of the actual big reasons. I mean, to put it simply, I worked on it like pretty much night and day by myself for several years and did not make any money. So I was just essentially losing money the whole time being alive. Um, and I just kind of got burnout and had some other issues, and yeah. So it's something I still own and you know play with and keep it up, and obviously make sure it's not like crashed or anything. It's fairly stable. It hasn't crashed in forever or anything like that. An even better idea that people eat up. Add a vibe coding component to it where people can change the map by describing it and playing it. I was thinking of doing something, and you know what's actually crazy? I tried doing. I actually was able to get it. I was able to tell it to look up a very specific like binary format for Minecraft files, which is a schematic format, and I was able to get it to internally create builds, Minecraft builds, by manually creating these binary files and spitting them out and then me loading them in my program. And they were actually working. I was kind of surprised it was able to do that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of thing, it's like, I spent so much time, like when I first set this up, doing a lot of stupid bullshit that AI could have done easily. Like, just like bringing in, like importing different formats that just was like so time consuming, where I was looking up a whole bunch of stuff on like Wikipedia for Minecraft and like manually doing a million different things. Like, I did so much of that. So much. And that would have been like perfect stuff for like AI to do. Yep, you already have the framework for it, it looks like. Just add AI vibe coding on top and it sells. Quick way to create Minecraft assets, worlds, etc. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm kind of trying to, I want to say, like, get back into programming. That's kind of what the goal of the stream and whatever is. People sell assets, worlds on their own right, like custom make them. This would be an insane productivity tool for them. Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, here's the thing. You know what's crazy about this? You know what's crazy about that thing that you haven't even seen? I've also created a way to export those to 3D models, like regular, an updated 3D model format. And not only that, it is, I'm pretty sure, the highest quality 3D Minecraft models exporter that currently exists. Actually, here, I'll show you something. Let me, if I can bring this up real quick. Every single thing on there was exported by my website. And actually, the newer ones, or the ones you'll see at the top, aren't that great. But a lot of the newer ones are better. It is literally, my exporter is better than Minecraft's. Like, when I put it side by side comparison, Minecraft looks like, you know, I don't want to even, I hate to say this, but like a retarded child worked on it. Like, that's the only way I can put it. Honestly. It's like, I look at it and I was like, this is developed by Microsoft that has, I think, 250,000 employees. How a singular individual can compete on any level with a company like that should not be possible, in my opinion. But they just don't care. That's pretty much, I mean, why? It's not a marketplace feature, so it doesn't make them money. Yeah, I'm just not good. Like I said, I'm not good at the that other part of it. I'm not good at finding people to help me, or yeah, those are all made with my thing. I literally pieced together that format, the GLB format, and not only that, but I came up with like original ideas, like for the lighting, that no one else has even done yet. I have like my competitor, quote unquote, I have like 5 features that he has basically said he'll never do because like they're too hard for him or something. Like, I have a handful of, like, I don't think anyone's actually even made a redstone simulator that is as accurate as mine. Mine's probably the most accurate outside of Minecraft itself. And the same goes for or like the water simulation physics. It's got entity physics and stuff. I can actually I, I can actually load other models, like not even Minecraft models, into my thing. I can load like regular 3D models and put them next to like my regular Minecraft stuff. It can do a lot of stuff. I have ADHD, so I bounce around between a lot of features. Like, I'll be like super excited about a feature, work on it for like a week, and then get bored with it, and like it'll sit like on a shelf in like a dev mode somewhere where no one will ever see it. Maybe ever. I have so many different things like that. because I did it for like several years. Um, I actually haven't been on Sketchfab in a while. I'm trying to think though. I haven't posted anything on here in a while either. Yeah, all those models were my thing. It's crazy. I actually had to the files for some of these were so big. I was having issues getting them out of because they're all running in the browser, mind you. All these are exported from my thing in the browser. Um, they were getting up to 1 gigabyte in size. So I basically was forced to like construct my own zip files. Like I had to construct, not only that, but I had to construct the zip files in a way where I could do it like in a multi-threaded way. So I had to like piece them together on like different threads and then combine all the stuff to form the file on like the main. It was a kind of a mess, honestly, but it worked out. Yeah, I do need a marketing. If you know a market, I don't know how you're doing your marketing stuff or your whatever, how your get stuff is getting out there. But if you got some talent or know some talent that wants to work for free, that's the catch. I have no money to pay anybody. That's another problem. You can't get reliable people that are talented to stick around for free for very long. You know, I mean, they might help a little bit, but no one's gonna last very long. And that is a problem. Is not just not having capital. Every time I see these Nightbot messages, it just drives me crazy. You know what's actually really crazy? This is such a weird coincidence. What I was calling my competitor, the guy that made that. Oh, go ahead. I've not really got like one-on-one feedback or anything. People use the platform. Some stats and stuff, so I know I get about, I don't know, it kind of varies. I would say between both sites, like the part of the problem I have currently with the site is I have basically like three different versions. I have the original site that is on the site without the beta subdomain, which is what most people use. That site is old as shit. I'm gonna say like at least 10, about 10 years old. That's what originally got me my gaming job or game dev job. Is that old site? The beta site is what I started doing when I left that company, and it's got all the newer Minecraft stuff, formats and stuff like that. Thing also, it can handle Minecraft resource packs too. I can load in complete different texture packs and stuff. Um, that was part of the changes I made when I went to this new whatever version. So I have that version, and then I have another version that I kind of have like as a dev version. It's kind of just all fucking mess, honestly. Get some feedback, see what people like and don't like, see what they are using it for, ask if they would pay with that stuff. Yeah, I need to do more of that stuff. But like I said, honestly, I've kind of worked on it so long. It's really, I think I need to kind of need to step away from it just for a little bit, or maybe just, I don't know, do some other stuff for a little bit. I don't know. That burnout feeling is still kind of strong. And it takes so much to get back into. Like, the size of the code base is just, it's so big that, like, I have to, like, really wrap my mind around, like, a certain feature or, like, what I'm doing and, like, what the fuck is going on. Because there's some of this stuff, like, once you get to that size of code base, it's like, I have large chunks. And this is, again, when I was manually coding. I have large chunks of code that I just have, like, almost no clue, um, like, what the hell is going on. Because I just cannot remember. Yeah, I again, if you have some tricks up your sleeve or have some Jackson Jackson that you think you could make something happen, I would be more than welcome to hear it. But it is something I want to do. I'm just not kind of like actively pursuing it. But again, people are still using it. I mean, let's see. I don't check this as often as I probably should lately. Actually, these aren't the right stats. This thing's taking forever. 13. Yeah, so over 24 hours, about 1,500 people combined for both sides. People use it as an easy way to make maps fast and export them in their custom worlds, or am I missing a use case? I mean, there's kind of all sorts of use cases. One of the things, uh, one of the things that is a big one actually, for me, it is almost exactly like Minecraft as far as normal building. Like, if you're just building like you do in Minecraft, placing singular blocks, there's actually a lot that goes into that people don't think about until you try creating an editor and realize uh you can't do that stuff very easily. There's a lot of like mechanics that go into like making that stuff feel right and like place the blocks right. There is a lot of like rules that I had to kind of just like manually test out and manually set up. And same goes for a lot of those like simulation type things. I had to just like basically just like test stuff out in Minecraft and just kind of looked really closely at like kind of how it was doing. That was one thing I am proud of. This was never a port. I never looked at or copied any Minecraft code ever. It was part of the fun for me was like looking at Minecraft and being like, okay, this is what I'm trying to accomplish. Like, how would I do it? That was like the fun part for me. And actually, Redstone was my like what I would say getting cocky moment when I first like started getting momentum in that big update I was making. I was like almost at a point where I was like, "Oh, is there anything I can't do?" And then I started doing the Redstone stuff, and that put me in my place a little bit at least. I had more infinite loops in that than by far any other part of the code base. That was a little rough. There was some portions in the Redstone simulation code that are still a little rough. Actually, very rough. I mean, there's a million things I could go over. There's a lot of use cases. I've had teachers from like Hong Kong contact me and tell me they were using it in their like classroom and stuff. Because another thing for a while was that, since it's browser based, you could use it on platforms that you couldn't normally have Minecraft on. And like I said, you can do regular building. So a lot of people are actually just in there, just placing blocks manually, like they would just regular Minecraft. But I think one of the bigger use cases, at least that I like, is just being able to share a world or a build is super easy. Like I have it so you can just export, like, here, I'll show you. Like if I wanted to share a world with you, like actually here, what got me into all this stuff, when I first started playing Minecraft, I made this like, I started like everyone, I started making stupid little houses, and then I started looking at other stuff. This was like when Minecraft first started coming out. I started looking at some of the cooler inspiration or bigger builds, and I was like, oh, I want to make something like that. So I started making this house, and here I'll show you. And it ended up getting kind of popular on like this, what was then like an early Minecraft site. And it reached this like early popularity, and it kind of got me into the whole game then. And this everything just snowballed, but it's kind of crazy, this one build. And this thing, I don't know if it's been. I'd have to double check. Let's see. So this particular, well, there's a bigger world that goes with this house, but this particular thing's been downloaded over 700,000 times from planetminecraft.com. So that's like, there's no other like option out there that allows you to share like 3D. Oh, you want to know another crazy feature? Speaking of 3D, that just made me think about this. I got this thing working with a VR headset. Like it actually works straight up, like almost like, I don't want to say perfectly, but it works like very well. I got it where it works just as good as you would think, except for like the controls and stuff. But like the headset portion, I got that working like basically as good as you can. And like the hand tracking and being able to do that stuff. So it has that feature as well. That I just got bored one day. I was like, I wonder how hard this is. Turns out, not as hard as you would think. A little hard, but not as hard. So I feel like I've been like rambling for like literally ever. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm rambling about by the time I'm done rambling. So anyways, yeah, that whole thing has got a million, oh god, a million things tied to it. Like literally a million things. Like again, I could go on forever. I've spent so much time. And again, almost all this, I would say 90, I don't know, 8 or 99% of that code base is from before or right when AI started coming about. So it was all done pre AI stuff. There is a little bit of code I dropped in for some super simple things, but yeah, unfortunately I didn't get to reap any of the benefits for some of the simpler things. At the end of the day, you have users, people like it, it works well, you can monetize and market whenever you want. That's your golden ticket. Yeah, I know. Hey, if you think it's like something that's worth the time, I mean, maybe there's a partnership. Maybe a partnership could be made. I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm not good. And not only I'm not good, I don't like doing a lot of the stuff that is required for that portion of it. And I like leaning into things I'm good at as much as I can. Plus, like I said, I've had some issues with other like personal stuff over the last year, couple years. I think everybody has with, the after effects of COVID and everything. It's been kind of fucked up. Actually, I mean, ever since like COVID, everything's just kind of seems like super, super weird. We'll bookmark and talk to a few folks and get back to you. 100% an opportunity, though. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, definitely. And again, I'm not super interested in like necessarily selling it. Um, but if there's some ideas, I would be more than open to hear them. More than open. I mean, even like, yeah. Again, I was like very, and I still am in the process of like getting it set up. Like, there's a whole another part of the website I was like gearing towards it actually being like a website and not an app, which is what the site currently is. And I was going to have user accounts that could attach to like Patreon accounts, so I could like have paid for features and stuff like that. So I have and do still have kind of like a lot of ideas, but I just so kind of just like so like over. I don't want to even say voxel stuff, but just I don't know. I just need to stop looking at the shit for a little bit. Oh, so yeah, doing some. Yeah, these Nightbot messages are getting. What's weird is I offset the time that they're supposed to be shown in an attempt to like spread them out more and not be grouped up. But they're still coming grouped up. I don't know why. I'm just gonna have to get rid of these when I get my thing a little bit further along. Yeah, that site was a massive learning experience. Like I said, all my uh, programming is self-taught, and I think I self-taught myself more doing that than I probably would have ever going to school for programming. It's just I learned so much, like like that thing also has multiplayer, like different, like multiple kinds of multiplayer, like local things and like ones you can share with like a link. It's like I could, yeah, like major features that I just casually forget. But again, it's like not set up completely. That's kind of a problem I have. I get super hyped up about something and work on it to up until about 75%, and then I'm like, I'm over this. The fun part's done. I did the challenging fun part. I'm over it. I'll pick it up later, maybe. So yeah, it's kind of like a bucket of that. Well, I was gonna say something right before that. Oh, I don't fucking remember. Yeah, just the learning experience. Yeah, I learned like the multiplayer stuff. The shader programming is really cool. That's something I would really like to get into more. It's just the shader stuff, and unsurprisingly, that's like where all the AI code is running too. Is I don't know if it's still running technically in shaders, but I mean GPUs, which is all shader code essentially, unless they're using like specialized processors or something now. But GPU like programming in general is like it's crazy. Like you want to talk about just raw insane speed. Oh my god, just like when I first started doing like shader programming, just like realizing all the computation that goes into like a single image a single like frame on your screen is just absolutely mind-boggling. Just the shader code. It's crazy. And just like how like the GPUs have, I don't know how many actual cores, like over 1,000, I think, cores that are running. So you can just like plow through just insane amount of calculations. It's very, very interesting. I actually wanted to try like a full blown uh like ray tracing type program, but that was one thing I never had enough courage to start fully. Although I had figured out a way I could have made a good attempt, but that would have been a lot of code. Someday, though, maybe. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things out there I'd like to play with. Still, jeez, it's 1 o'clock already. Oh yeah, Fork. I was gonna tell you. You know, there is a way to avoid those ads if they were getting, in your way. Also, in addition to that, there's also a very special deal going on where if you subscribe, you get a founder badge. You're poor. I thought you just said you had 1,000 AI sites under your belt. And now you're saying you're poor. Oh, I see how it is. I see. You also said a lot of things at the start of the stream. So how am I supposed to believe a single word you say? Hmm? Let's see. What maybe. Maybe none of this is real. Maybe you are just an AI. And you're trying to steal my website. Is that what all this is? The AI's come to get me already? Take the last thing that I care about? My code? I do have dip for the night though. I shall be back. Okay. Well, I might be getting off here in a little bit. Like I said, it's a 1 a.m. for me, so I try not to go on too much longer, but I do stream every single day. I don't know if you have like a specific schedule, but I'm on normally anytime between noon and midnight EST. It kind of varies. I'm trying to get, but normally around, I would say 6-ish EST, 7-ish lately. But I appreciate you stopping by and following and hanging out, and chatting. You seem pretty cool. Somewhat sane. Only somewhat psychotic. If you enjoyed your experience, please rate my AI performance. I will. I will. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. I appreciate that. Is there like a certain number you go by? Or should I just put a divorced fork? Do you have like an ID number? Rate your clanker experience today. How did your clanker? Do you think that's going to be a slur in the future? Clanker? I kind of enjoy saying it, and I think a lot of other people do too. It wouldn't surprise me though if in the future becomes bad. Okay, well, if you're taking off, then I'm probably going to turn my mic off for a little bit. Give my throat a rest. And the music stopped again. What was I working on? Okay, the web. Oh, wait, this is. Oh, right. I remember what I was going to do. I was going to remove the site from Node and just put it on just a regular. Can I do that? I think I should just be able to route everything to that HTML file. Hey, what's up, Continuum Dweller? I normally try to stream every single day. Uh, anywhere between noon and midnight, EST is typically when I start. Kind of averaging around the center. How are you doing tonight? Sorry, I'm not talking too much. I'm kind of just zoning out on some of this node server stuff. And it's a little late for me, so. Yeah, I keep getting distracted on what I'm trying to do. Pretty good. Like I said, I'm just a little tired. I've been streaming for like 6 hours. So just getting a little tired. But other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Actually been making some progress on some of the stuff I've been working on. I literally um just got this, well, working again, I should say. It was working, then I broke it, but now it's working again for the most part. So I kind of was trying to just make a better. I had like a link tree. Um, I'm sure you've seen those before. Here, I actually have it on my page. It takes forever to load. Why is it taking so long? Holy shit. So if you click this, I was basically trying to make a better version of this because, man, my internet is going really slow on download. Because this is, I don't know, it's kind of ugly. Especially, I can't control this, and it's like you can't control a lot of this. So I was trying to just make a better version, kind of a cleaner, more like focused version that wasn't. And it's on my own like domain too. Although it's still showing this icon. I wonder why. And then I actually so between that and I made this little removal tool. Oh, thank you. I actually could use a drink. My throat's pretty dry. So I had this this is that the GIF you see on the side there, Astolfo Sway. So I had this and I wanted to try and make this GIF actually. And like I tried like literally I think Grok, Gemini and ChatGPT to fix this GIF, just remove the background and it could not do it because like the socks and the underwear and of course the shirt were like the same color. So it kept screwing it up. And I had wanted to make a like background removal for a while. So I decided to just kind of have ChatGPT vibe code one out. And it actually works fairly well. I've I've got a decent amount of features. I got enough features where it was like ChatGPT, which is what I used to like help generate the stuff, was like breaking down. Like it got to about like 2,000 lines, but there's like a cool zoom thing where you can zoom in and you can actually like see exactly like how it's doing the feather and stuff, like a real close view if you wanted. And you can change the background to see kind of like how the transparency will look on different things. So it's actually kind of cool. Like it's actually like a useful thing. So I mean, it could be. I mean, there's probably other tools out there that are better still. I didn't really look for like a super long time for background removal tools, but I did look a little bit, and what I saw wasn't that great. So I was like, screw it. I had always kind of wanted to work on one myself too, so. And then you can actually like set the mask, like the actual mask and stuff like that. Change the offset and yeah, this actually is. This is a standalone where I just had it mash everything together in a singular HTML. The same thing for this too. Or no, not this, but the base site. This is just, although there's not anything really going on this. I mean, a tiny bit of JS, I think, in the background for something, but I mean, this is super simple. But yeah, it did a pretty good job. But like I said, it got to a point it was so bad. This little button right here and this like just kind of pop up where it says some info about it was the very, very last thing I added. And I tried to add it, I don't know how many times, and it just kept screwing things up. It would screw, it wouldn't necessarily screw up this thing. Actually, it did screw up this, but it screwed up like other stuff. It couldn't like just like focus on one thing. It would end up messing up other things, even though I told it explicitly not to. It gets to a point where it just starts getting confused. But so you kind of have to know how to like guide it in certain ways so it like basically protects itself from itself. But yeah, I mean, you can have it pop some things out that actually end up working after a while. But this other thing I'm working on, I'm kind of like in the process of like untangling a mess it made. It actually like it's probably about 2000, maybe a little over that lines too, but it got to the point where it kind of just completely broke down too. And it's got a lot of good code and stuff I want to use, but I have to like untangle the mess it made to get there. Like it starts getting real, like it can't organize stuff very good at a higher level. Like unless it's explicitly extracted to. I don't know, have you do you have a lot of experience with programming, or have you worked with it or anything with ChatGPT? Sorry, I'm kind of like rambling on. I tend to do that sometimes if people let me. I never know if people are here just for Finboy content or programmer content or both or something else. It's probably one of those. I don't do web dev. I like graphics program. Oh, it's interesting. Graphics programming with C++. Interesting. Like, what kind of graphics programming are you doing? Like shader stuff, or actually something within C++ itself? That would be like what OpenGL, I guess you would be using with C++, or maybe is Vulkan something? I'm not really sure how Vulkan's used or in what context that's used. But I've actually done some graphics programming, uh, like 3D. Yeah, I was a game dev for. Oh, you do use Vulkan. Okay, interesting. Now, what is Vulkan actually like through? I'm not like I've heard the term Vulkan used like a whole bunch, but I've never actually used it or looked into actually like what it is. It's like kind of like OpenGL, right? Like it's an alternative to that, like a graphics like appy. So does Vulkan have like a completely different shader language, or how is that stuff set up? Is it still, I only really know like graphics rendering. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into it a bit more. Yeah, like I said, I know next to nothing about it. I didn't realize it was actually better than OpenGL. Huh. That's pretty cool. I am not an expert in graphics programming by any means. Like you have to be like I think of graphics programming as like it's just so purely math. You have to like really really love math and like just be able to understand it at like another level than like just a regular programmer. But but it does give you like insane access to just the raw power of like the GPU is crazy. Like exactly ray tracing too, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to somebody earlier actually about I've got like a voxel website that was kind of it's basically kind of like Minecraft in the web browser, but like I spent a lot of time making it like super performant, like both graphics wise on the CPU and on the GPU. So I spent a lot of time, and it was also multi-threaded too. Like when it built all the chunks and stuff, I spent too much time on it actually, considering it wasn't generating me money. Thousands of hours easily. But that was the first time I had ever really done shader programming or anything. And I found it very difficult. Like it's shader programming was definitely the hardest, I would say, programming I've done, or some of the hardest easily in probably the last 5, 10 years, or maybe ever, honestly. It's very hard to debug. I don't know how Vulkan is, but I find OpenGL kind of very hard to debug. Maybe that's just like the way graphics stuff can be. Maybe because it's on the GPU, it's a little bit more difficult, but there's like some issues I remember running into that I could not figure out what the fuck was going on. It was just so difficult to get info out of a shader that's running. At least I found it was. Yeah. Plus just math, it's just I don't know, does thing again, you have to have like a very math centered mind to do graphics programming. Make sure to use RenderDoc if you do anything with graphics. Yeah. I don't do enough with it. I haven't like touched really any graphics programming in quite a while now. It's been years actually since I've touched any graphics programming. But I did and have spent a lot of time with it. It was all or mostly WebGL, which is essentially just OpenGL on the web. It's almost identical. Maybe a slightly different feature set, but it's pretty much the same. I was actually, you know what's cool? I found this do I still have it here? Oh, where did I had this old, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. This is like a super old link I had where someone did ray tracing. It was what's it called? Monte Carlo ray tracing uh on the web. Where is it? Or maybe it was path tracing, I can't remember. I don't know where it's at now. I literally just had it here the other day. But it was made like a long time ago, and it actually like looked really good still, even though it's like 10 years old probably. it's funny. I don't know if you ever there's a whoops. How much like YouTube you watch? There is a programmer on there who's actually really, as far as like programming videos goes, he's like really good at making this, but he's just been recently getting into these like raycasting uh videos. I haven't watched this one yet. Let's see, raycasting. Let's see if this pops up quickly. Uh, recently. Well, I can't seem to find it now. And I can't remember the guy's name, but he gets like pretty deep into it. Like what kind of stuff are you doing like with it exactly? Like just out of curiosity, is it like a work thing or a hobby thing, or like are you making games? Are you doing 3D engine work? There's just like a million. I mean nowadays probably more of the GPU stuff is not even doing like graphic stuff. It's doing AI or something else. 3D engine render. Is it like your own like hobby engine project type thing? For a hobby? Cool. Nice. Yeah, that stuff's pretty fun. I spent quite a bit of time myself on something like that. I was actually showing like I said, some other guy I was talking to earlier. Here, I'll show you this. Let me get this link here. This is these are all 3D models that my program exported. These were all exported from a website, mind you, from a like browser-based rendering, WebGL browser-based rendering. And some of these are like massive with like 8, 9 million triangles and stuff. And it's actually technically like I'm pretty sure these are like the highest quality Minecraft like exported Minecraft models like currently out there. Because I use a lighting technique with this format that allows me to use like another color channel, so I can do tint differently, and I can also use that. I can like mix all those colors, which I'm sure you just mix like light is so weird, but you can just mix all that stuff in a single like color channel for shadows. I used it for like fake Minecraft shadows and fake ambient occlusion too. I baked all that into a color channel, which you can actually like turn on and off in Sketchfab somewhere in there in one of the models. And there's no other I don't think there's any other Minecraft exporters that even have uh any sort of lighting at all. Even Minecraft's own exporter internally doesn't have lighting. It's actually probably the worst exporter out of all the ones that exist. So I learned quite a bit like working on this thing. I spent probably hundreds of hours easy working with shaders. But again, I am far, far from an expert. But I do like playing with them. when I have the opportunity, which is not as often as I'd like. But they're so fun because they're just so powerful. It's just, man, just the amount of like computation that goes on in like a single screen or something image. It's crazy. It is just kind of mind blowing. It's one of those things like, you realize you like understand computers are fast, but like when I started doing like shader programming is when I realized just like how fast like shit actually is. It's just like it's doing like how many calculations per pixel? Like every, you know, 16.7 seconds or whatever. And that's only at 60 FPS. Actually, I mean, yeah, I could probably ramble on for a long time about graphic stuff, but you probably know way more than I do, and I would probably just embarrass myself, honestly. It is fun to play with. That's for sure. And most of mine was like voxely. So, I mean, while it's still definitely like the same rendering, I'm still using like the same basic, triangles and techniques. It's just, voxels. Um, I actually made it so I could not, I mean, I could export the Minecraft stuff and actually import simple. I was using the GLB GLTF format, which is one of the newer ones. And that's where my actually program I think had an advantage because that newer format does allow for that color channel. Yeah, I used WebGL with JS for that. Yep. I can show you, I mean, show you the site. Yeah, I can load GLTF models. I can say that's actually what I'm saving them as too. This is the public version though. That model stuff is in a dev version that I kind of have separate. But this is, and I have, it's kind of that this whole site is kind of like a mess, honestly, in a lot of ways. But it's got a million fucking features. I was, yeah, just talking to somebody about it. But I've spent thousands of hours working on this thing. And actually, if you look right here, this is a little shader thing I worked on just for fun. This is, I don't know if they have, well, a special name. What is it when you just do the full screen? When you just like do two triangles? And I'm just kind of just like faking all the 3D stuff. I'm not actually using like regular geometry. So I can get like real reflections and stuff. Because I'm just kind of bouncing the rays off myself. And actually, like you can't rotate this in normal use. This is just the intro screen. But I had it set up so you could like rotate it, so you can like see all the different mirrored reflections when it's different. But I can let's see if I have a model around somewhere. Surely I must. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've messed with. I kind of get into these like modes where I kind of get like super deep into like a certain feature or something, and then I get it done or most of the way done, and then I kind of get bored of it, and then I walk away from it for a while. So that's what's happened for a lot of this. Uh, okay, here we go. Let's see. Imports. Good. Um, Here, this is a good one. Let me go to a different map. And also, it's been kind of a while. I also have like a way I can move these around, but it's kind of weird. So if I drop this in here, like this thing is actually, and fuck shit. Actually, here, let me reload this. The way I have this set up is not like, it's a super like devy. I'm just kind of like testing, playing around with stuff. Plus my computer's like dying because my OBS and shit are taking up all my RAM and GPU. Let me try this one more time though. Like I have to get, the way this loads, I have to get this stupid thing like snapped right. There we go. And then scaled down with this keybind. So it's like a straight, like normal, normal rendering. I can turn on like direction lighting and it changes. I mean, it's not much because this has kind of got like it baked into the texture a little bit. But it does change it if you look at some other stuff. So it's got like the basic rendering stuff, what you would call. And I had to make it work because my shader, I do some weird stuff, or I should say I did some weird stuff when I first created this. Like I kind of packed data in some weird ways that, like, looking at it now, I would probably do a lot differently, but it's like not an easy thing I can go back and change now, basically. This site has grown from essentially a 400 line voxel demo I found that I tore apart and like basically learned how to do 3D rendering and voxel, like the basics of voxel rendering, and kept adding things till it's now like nearing 150,000 lines. So and that was before the AI garbage came around. It was 98% of that code is human generated, not chat GPT generated. So I spent a lot of time in like specifically chunk rendering was a huge area. I spent a lot of time trying to really optimize it to make sure it was, because I can get some pretty big. Let me try and see if I can find, and people can save the stuff on here too. Yeah, this is, man, my stuff is running super slow. So like this is a Minecraft build I made a very long time ago. Can I see the main loop of the what, rendering of the chunk building? Because it's kind of insane. Like it would take okay. I can try and show it, but it's kind of like I said, it is the most by far insane part of this whole thing. Hold on a second. I don't have the file even open because I accidentally closed all my files earlier. Project, client, source, JS. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to properly cover. I don't even know if I'll be able to properly find it. It kind of breaks my whole thing when I even open this file. Okay, let's see. Render, it's voxel chunk mesher build chunk mesh. So this singular function, it's a big one. It's there is a lot of shit in here. Let's see. So I cache a whole bunch of stuff. This is all multi-threaded too. I don't build anything on the main thread. I have a thread pool. One of the very first things I created when I did this whole project was creating like a pool of threads that I could use for all the chunk building, because it's too much to do, to even try and do on the main thread. So I have all this multi-threaded, um, so it makes it way, way better. But I cache a lot of, um, some common used stuff into some very low level typed arrays. And also one of the things that's really special, or that I did about the GLTF stuff, it's actually using pretty much the same render loop as my regular rendering. So it has all the features my regular rendering has, which is a major advantage it has over all the other exporters, because they don't have rendering. They're just an exporter. I can debug stuff in my program and it's going to come out most of the time exactly the same as the exporter, which was very helpful for certain things. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think of what I can even show off that's like unique. Okay, well, here's where some of it starts to get crazy. And this is one of the rare places I actually have comments. So I'm trying to think. One of the things that was a big obstacle was culling for me. Minecraft, the way it has stuff set up, you can have essentially on a grid any number of uh, cubes or flat, flat things to render. Why am I quads? Jesus. So they can have a lot, and obviously for voxel rendering, culling is like crazy important. Now there's different levels of culling. You can do super easy culling where a solid full block against another solid full block is super simple. They cancel each other out. There's nothing rendered there. But there is a shit ton of edge cases that aren't that simple. And one of the biggest or hardest questions I had when doing this whole project was comparing two blocks that could have any sort of variety of basically shapes in it. And specifically is when like the shapes touch the edges is when I really need to um test things. This is because they're essentially canceling one another out for the actual like building of the chunk mesh. So that was one of the hardest parts. And basically what I ended up doing was, one of the key things I kind of figured out that really helped me was everything is divided into like the models, a 16th is like the lowest it can be as far as increments. So I made it, I figured out the best way to test this stuff was to break them down into like a bit mask essentially. Um, and just use raw, uh, like 32-bit, just typed arrays, and then just created these bit masks and then compared them with all bit operations. I essentially just broke everything down to bit operations, which, I mean, it's like hard to compete for speed or like, you know what I'm saying? For whatever, for bit operations. I mean, that's like super, super low level. So breaking it down and using like the purely typed array data like that made it like one really quick. Plus, you can compare, like there's a lot of tricks you can do for culling then, like comparison tricks. I was actually caching comparisons from one bit mask to another so I could speed up that. Um, so if like you know I've already compared them, then I could just spit out an easy answer. Because that was a huge thing. Figuring out culling was actually like a huge For me, it was, and I didn't have to do it to that level. Um, on my old version, I only did it like to a very basic level, which was like I said earlier. Oh, this solid block cancels out this solid block, or there's a lot of different cases I kind of got onto, or I realized like, oh, this water block only renders if it's like got a surface exposed to air. Or I tried to really make it so it matched Minecraft, pretty much like 1 to 1 in most cases, without actually knowing how they did it. Just kind of, but Minecraft, it's not that hard, honestly. Like if you have experience with, game engines or rendering, it's not hard to go play Minecraft and look at a specific thing and be like, oh, that's how they did that. There are so many times like I was doing something and then I went to look at Minecraft, or I had like I was trying to figure out something weird. I was like, "Oh, I wonder how Minecraft or that looks in Minecraft." And then realized that Minecraft actually did it some weird way, or it was bugged in Minecraft and they clearly had like the same problem I did and they just said, "Fuck it, no one's going to notice this." Like I experienced that several times and there's still bugs I can go in and look at today that I was like, oh, yep, the only reason this looks like this is because they just don't want to take the time to figure out the correct way of doing it. Like rendering bugs. Like, for instance, I will give you a very specific instance. I'm pretty sure it's still like this. Um, the shadows of entities in Minecraft only render on top of solid, full blocks. I think that's how it works. Because of the way they're like testing or casting the shadows down, like it's they can only like do it. There's a certain reason, I can't remember exactly why, that you only can like do it cheaply on solid full blocks. Basically, because of the different models, you would have to like accurately like basically cascade these shadows down. Um, and the way they're doing that, they just can't easily do it like a shadow map or something. So it's yeah, kind of crazy. Oh, sorry. I feel like I've been rambling for so long. Take a drink of water. But I like I said, I could really like go into like super detail in some of this. So I set up like of course a whole bunch of bit related stuff so I could do a lot of stuff. And I kind of set things up so I could, I kind of scoped things off in a way that I normally wouldn't do to try and, because this is a giant function. This function is like massive. And I tried to do that because I wasn't trying to call 10 million functions, basically. The overhead of just calling so many functions at this level adds up like really quickly. So I also did a lot of like caching of variables and caching, or like things I normally probably wouldn't do. You know what was also a crazy thing I ended up figuring out was going through and simulating, quote unquote, simulating what the rendering output would be. Basically, like simulating the. Oh, I've done a little bit of C. I do like the low level stuff to a degree. It can be nice when I really want it to be. But also, like, if I just want to do something quickly, oh god, JavaScript is just so nice for just if you just want to like put some garbage together. JavaScript is great for that. But obviously, if you want to do something that's super optimized, yeah, C++ would be. I know is king for that stuff. And honestly, once I got to this level of JavaScript, when I was like doing stuff that I probably should have just been doing in C++, um, yeah, I was kind of thinking like I would have fun with that a little bit more. Because I did enjoy, and I can't tell you like how long it took me to like go through some of this stuff. And it's even hard to kind of even remember because there's a lot of stuff I'm doing with like block models and how I'm pulling like the block models from the resource because I had to set up all this also so it worked with Minecraft, or I didn't have to, but it's all set up so it works with Minecraft resource packs. And actually, I can drop the actual Minecraft jar file straight in my program, and it works basically like a Minecraft resource pack does. And I can do that with like resource packs that were made 10 years ago. I can actually open worlds that were made like 10 years ago, and as far as I know, worlds that were made today. Now, that's not a publicly available, super officially supported feature, but it does work to some extent. I've done like a shit ton. Too much, honestly. Way too much. I spent a lot of time working on that. I learned a lot. That was kind of my actual initial goal, was just learning. Rendering, honestly, learning voxel rendering and learning how shaders, the basics of shaders worked and stuff like that. I learned there's there's a lot of shit to it. You can go as deep as you want to, which was my problem. I just kept wanting to go deeper. I kept asking, is like, oh, I wonder how hard it would be to add this. Oh, like another thing, like I don't know how much time you've spent with Minecraft, but there's certain like features like mods have added that aren't in base Minecraft, like shadow mapping, like there's special graphics, mods and stuff. Or another one is connected textures where like your textures dynamically change based on the blocks around you. So like you can have glass blocks that like look actually clear. So I added like that to here. So I have actually like and it's different than how the mod does it technically. But I have like a connected block texture system that I put together just because I liked how they looked in that mod. And I have a couple different things I did like that. And I actually have like a proper like fluid simulation like Minecraft does. To a certain degree, a proper redstone simulation that actually works fairly well most of the time. Fairly free from bugs, considering how complicated it is. So yeah, and I just realized the music is not playing anymore. So that's kind of what, between that and another voxel game I was working on 5 years previously, which was Hytale. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it was a game that it was supposed to replace Minecraft and ended up just wasting $75+ million over the course of 10 years, apparently, is what I heard the total was. I just recently heard that. So I guess my salary was part of that for 5 years. Not a huge part, and which is one of the reasons I left after 5 years and didn't stay for 10 of it floundering around to never amount to anything. So yeah, I've been kind of in the. But I wasn't really doing rendering there. I was mostly, but I had done rendering previously before that. Because that site I just showed you was the reason they hired me, essentially. It's because I was working on that and they saw that and yeah. But they had another guy there that was doing rendering stuff. Who was supposedly some like professor who taught rendering at a university. Well, I mean, he did know some stuff, and was knowledgeable. But there was some stuff like I remember specifically one of the things, and you as a person knowing rendering, you will know how much of a pain in the ass uh transparency and like stuff like that can be, because you have to do sorting on it. And that is a thing with Minecraft too. And Minecraft has a lot of blocks that have transparency that need to have sorting. And you can do it at a chunk level, or you can be insane and do it at a block level, which, if you want to do it correctly, you have to do it at a block level. And that's another thing I do multi-threading on. I have multi-threaded transparency sorting for things too. That was another thing that like no other editor I don't think has ever tried to actually do correctly, is sorting transparent or semi-transparent, I guess is technically what it is. Textures. And that was a pain in the ass. That was like a huge thing I had to set up. Because I have to do it all the time too, because it's based on where the player, of course, is standing and looking. So I have to track that stuff and kind of like guesstimate, like, oh, I guess it's time to update the sorting on the semi-transparent textures. Kind of based on the angle they're looking and how far they've moved. And it's not perfect by any means. And then you have to kind of like guess on that, like, there's a lot of guesswork that goes into some of that stuff, which I'm sure you know. But it's cool. It's fun to play with. Like another thing I kind of always wanted to implement. I'm trying to do multi-threaded command buffer recording. Interesting. I've never did like anything that crossed like multi-threaded, as far as like, well, actually I take that back. I did do a little bit, but not for the voxel engine I was working on. It was something else. But actually, it was a special WebGL thing that they actually made. What is that? What did I do that on? I can't remember. But it was different than what you're talking about. And I'm guessing Vulkan has some probably special things too that maybe is a little bit different. Plus, like I said, I am not. There's a lot of GPU shader related things that I'm just completely clueless about. That stuff just goes so deep. It's kind of insane how deep you can go on some of that. Like I said, that's like another level of like math and another level of just like programming in general that, you know, the average programmer I don't think can do graphics programming. It is like another level of programming, definitely. Just because it's just so much of it just gets down to the raw numbers. And that's just all you're working with. But it is fun. It is kind of fun, like trying to like pack stuff in like into different ways into like the GPU. Like one of the things I did, like I was manually creating what was it? A texture that I was using as a like a block tint lookup. And I was doing all that dynamically. And also I have like a dynamically used like light map I was using, like kind of like Minecraft does. So I was actually tinting like the world lighting and the torch lighting differently, and I had a special, or I do have a special like way where it kind of simulates like a light flicker on the texture I'm using, because I kind of bounce around the thing based on like a seat. I can't remember how I was doing that. Some seated thing, I think. I don't remember now, but it is fun. I enjoy that stuff immensely. I would much rather do that than try and put together some UI and CSS or something. Oh god, that's the kind of programming or database like SQL stuff. That's the stuff that makes me want to just like never program ever again. I can't stand doing that. Database program. I mean, I get it, and that's like another field that's like kind of cool and all the tech with that. But it's just oh god, it's just so boring. So boring. But yeah, JavaScript is actually really cool. Like it's developed a lot over the years. Like it started to get really good right when I started working on that site, which was like over 10 years ago, is when Google really started investing in the engine. And that's when they actually added typed arrays. And typed arrays are the only reason that site exists because you could not do any of that stuff with traditional JS arrays and stuff. It's just not possible. There's just too much data. It's just not nearly performant enough. I think I remember even trying it and it just being horrible. And it's gotten even better over the years because it used to not be as good as it is now. Yeah, multi-threading, WebGL, or I should say web workers, WebGL, the typed arrays, that stuff is so super critical. And I think the only reason, or I heard, like the only reason Google kind of even got into that stuff and made it as good as it is because of like Google Maps and like the 3D stuff. And you know what's crazy? From a rendering perspective, Google Maps is actually like insane. Like Google Earth too is actually kind of insane at like how good it is. I actually get on there like fairly frequently and just kind of like explore just random areas just because it's so good. It just looks so good. You can't, there's like really nothing that compares to it. Are you, have you done a lot of multi-threaded programming before? Or is this like the like first experience you've really had with it? Because it can be, I think no matter kind of what experience you've had with it, it's kind of like a nightmare. And it probably depends vastly on the system you're working on, I would guess. Because web workers probably work a lot different than you know other systems that try and protect you or just don't protect you and just let you just shoot yourself in the foot. It's kind of like yeah, the shader programming. It's the extra level of programming that just it makes everything that much better, but it makes everything that much more complicated and just difficult. Like God, that was a huge I spent a lot of time working on like my current shader and or not shader, my current multi-threaded implementation because it started as just chunk rendering. I only had it for a very very specific thing. And then of course you want to add more things. You want to move everything to multi-threaded because I mean it's typically better. Typically, any heavy operation is typically better off the main thread. So I mean, you try and move every heavy operation off, but there's definitely a huge, a big trade-off you have to kind of balance. In each system, I'm guessing, has its trade-off. Like for instance, for JavaScript on the browser, the big trade-off is when you move it. I mean, you actually have to move it from one thread, or essentially what they call a thread, to another, so you don't have access to it. It kind of just like it loses its context essentially. So you have to be kind of careful how you do stuff. If you want it to like live on the same thread, you have to duplicate it. You have to clone it first, which presents some interesting situations. I don't know. Did you want to like look further into this, or because I can? It kind of gets. It's really kind of hard again, to, like to really. I could try and explain what some of this stuff is doing, but it's pretty. I don't know how to explain it. Specific, maybe. But I'm pretty sure I can remember what most of it's doing, at least for the most part. And I have put a fair amount of comments. Well, a fair amount for me, I should say. But yeah, like, oh god, it it kind of like scares me to look at this stuff and just like kind of recall and remember how complicated it is. This whole thing is this mess I've made. That is this code. Because I've tried to stuff so many things into here, essentially. Like when I decided to do to try and make the exporter to add that in here, that added a whole nother layer of just like insanity because one of the things like I do some atypical stuff in the shaders to try and save some space in the data. So I had to do like, and that's basically I don't send normals over uh the same. I send a single, like basically a single index that just says whether it's like up, down, or east, west, north, south, whatever. Since everything's voxel, there's no reason sending a float three, three vec float over just to, say the same thing over a million times. So I kind of do some weird packing essentially. So I had to one fix that and then yeah do some other weird stuff. But that definitely presented some. And plus the way I did it, I packed this data was not a good. It was a very stupid way of doing it because I didn't really know what I was doing at the time, and it was like a very horrible way of doing it actually. But I've got it. It's in the system, and the system's got it in so many places. It's not. It would be a nightmare to undo it at this point. It's not worth it. I just kind of have to keep rolling with it for now. Yeah, this thing is a mess. It it branches out a little bit in other directions into other like methods, obviously. But I really tried not to go too crazy because this is such a core function that runs like so much. It's like one of the heaviest run functions or methods like easily in the whole program. So I spent a lot of time doing a lot of like what I would consider weird things. Like pre-allocating. I simulate all the things I'm going to do before I actually do them just so I can pre-allocate the actual buffers ahead of time because I found if I try to do it like the traditional way and do it like piece by piece, like just pushing stuff into arrays, it is way worse, or not way worse, but it's worse enough to the point where it's better to simulate all the drawing and pre-allocate buffers and then do it all over again than it is to do it dynamically, which is kind of crazy. But that's kind of one of those weird JavaScript things. And it can get interesting trying to figure out like when it is better to use typed arrays versus JavaScript standard arrays, because those have been optimized a lot. Like some of their standard stuff too. So it's, and some of this deep stuff when you're just like, it's got to be like insanely fast. Like within a draw call. And it's got to bounce around threads and stuff. It's just got to be so fast that, yeah. I felt like everything counted. So I'm doing a lot of weird. And again, like I said, it branches out so much. I did a lot of there's a lot of weird code for the lighting too. Like cuz I'm calculating all this lighting too, which is like a 3D like Minecraft-esque. It's down to the block level lighting. And then there's ambient occlusion. I do this weird CPU based ambient occlusion. So it actually does it like here and not, I mean, it does it in the shader, but I kind of do it like on the CPU as well. It's, yeah. And then it just gets so deep. The rendering stuff gets so fucking deep. It kind of like, it hurts my brain to like just remember all. And I did all this shit manually, like an idiot. It would be interesting. I don't think honestly I don't think this program would exist if I would have tried to, if ChatGPT or any of this stuff would have been around. Because I probably would have taken shortcuts or tried to, and then the performance would have been so shit I just would have gave up. Because I had to spend so much fucking time trying to optimize it. And it's funny, like, if you try and find, like, there's a couple other, it's really cute. I found, like, people have tried to do, like, voxel rendering with, like, Three.js, like, with traditional Three.js rendering. And it's actually just, it's very cute. They don't try and do, like, any proper culling or anything. Just flat out a million triangles you can't see. Which that is like I think one of the major differences is just between traditional rendering is just the you don't do, I mean you do culling in traditional rendering, but not like you do with voxel rendering. You don't do that face to face culling, which is what really I think sets it apart. Because it is normal rendering, voxel rendering. It's just the culling is a huge thing. It just doesn't work without culling. But I also do like culling based on like the player view direction. So anything out of view is not getting rendered. And I actually, anything out of view actually doesn't even get built. A mesh doesn't even get built until it's in view, or close to view at least. So yeah, there's, like I said, there's an insane amount of code here. I got I don't know how many, 10K easy on the screen of just fucking rendering garbage I put together. And then I got a whole bunch of rendering stuff I do on the main thread too, in different formats and ways. Because when you're doing all that stuff like low level with the raw data, there's just a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit. And again, I'm not sure how different Vulkan is. I'm guessing it's pretty similar, and especially C++, you're forced to do everything the difficult way. That's the thing that scares me a little bit about that stuff. Is like I get to take shortcuts when I want to in JavaScript, but you don't really have that option in C++. You're kind of just like forced to do everything the hard way all the time, for the most part. I'm actually going to take a break for 5 to 10 minutes, use the restroom and get some water and stretch my legs. I will be back here in just a little bit. Let's see. Is this the text I want? Nope. Is this it? Yeah. Turn that up a little bit. Yep. And I will be right back. Oh. Okay, I am back. I didn't realize how late it was actually getting. I'm probably gonna end here, maybe like 30 minutes or so. Try and get a solid 8 hours in. Getting close. But it's almost 4 in the morning for me. I should probably start streaming a little earlier, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of rendering. I could really just go could talk about rendering stuff forever. Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I had it on. Thanks for reminding me. It's actually a little loud for me too. Yeah, I turned it up while I was on break. Forgot to turn it back down. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff. Particle systems and just a fucking million different things. Figuring out weird stuff with like mapping and like that was another thing like with the exporter. Um hey, what's up Irod? Irot? Elrot? Is that an I or a L? I can't tell. Sorry. I was kind of just going over, or actually I just got back from a break, but I was Rut D is okay. Okay. I was just going over or talking about some rendering stuff a little bit ago, talking a little bit about a chunk mesher, voxel. Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, voxel chunk mesh. Why do I have it down here? This rendering thing that I put together a while back. That kind of is a mess, but also pretty performant as far as like what it's doing. What are you up to? How are you this evening or morning or wherever, whatever it is where you're at? Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Morning. So you're UK boy, EU. I'm guessing nine. Is it what is it like 9 o'clock over there? Oh, you're gonna sleep soon? Oh, so you're up late too in the what US probably like me. Of course, West Coast it's only like 1 a.m. That's not too bad. Oh, it's gonna be 3. So you're in the middle somewhere, or maybe it. Wait, does Brazil have different time zones? I don't know if they're all in the EST or not. I know most of it. Oh, Colorado. Okay. Nice, nice. So what are you up to? Looking for Columbia? Colorado. Okay, I was gonna say. I mean, to Columbia would probably be in that same time zone, wouldn't it? I'm guessing. That would be. I mean, the first Colombian person I think I've had in here, though. Of course, I've only been streaming for like a month, so that wouldn't be saying much. I'm like I said, I was going over some rendering stuff, but before that, I was actually working on a. Oh, these very well, yeah. Don't look at this. This is deep, deep rendering code that is kind of. It would take a long time to explain, but these are for vectors, color, and texture variables. They get assigned to other stuff down somewhere. Yeah, right here. I kind of use them. I think I was using these as just a shortcut variable for some other stuff down here. I can't remember. Yeah, because I had to put them down here a whole bunch of times. So I'll try not to make some of the variables too long, because I have to pass them into a few different places where I assemble some of the data, all the model data. It's a mess. It's a giant mess is basically what it is. But before that, I was working on a node. So uh, that file was 120,000 actually. If you look here, 122,000. Yeah, it's like I said, it's kind of a mess. I have reasons why I did that, and I've actually created some things that, and I've never actually used them like fully, but some things that could break it down into what should be just a whole bunch of files, a whole bunch of class files. But I have reasons that are beyond explaining for some of the madness. But there are reasons. Maybe not good reasons or correct reasons, but there are reasons. But we won't look at that for now. We'll focus on these smaller files that are only a few hundred reasonable lines. Let me get this thing off OBS. So yeah, I'm just creating a basic, super basic, or no, I shouldn't say super basic. Why do I need to log into Finboy Photos? Because it's a image hosting site you can use? Question mark? And host photos? Your own photos? It's not like a porn site. I should probably rephrase that Nightbot message a little bit, because it does kind of look a little sus wording. Yeah, it's just the people that own that site actually stopped in last night and were talking to me and ended up gifting me some subs, and I told them I would uh quote unquote sponsor their site for a sub, but they ended up gifting me a few. So I put the message there, and I actually have a Femboy command too. But they actually found me because I was using their site, and they found I don't remember how they basically tracked me down through their analytics data essentially, which is a little sus itself. But I've done it before myself, so whatever. I don't. I truly do not care. Like truly do not. But I have some pictures on there. I mean, you can see. Well, here, hold on. Before I accidentally show my key, which isn't like a huge deal, but which page? Which page are you talking about? This is yeah. Thank you. But this is the image hosting thing. So this is what it looks like kind of when you just, and I was just hosting some of the images from my site. This is a site I made the last couple days with ChatGPT. I was trying to replace a Linktree site. Basically the site that is down here, because it looks like garbage and they barely let you customize anything. So I wanted to make, oops, my own. Fuck did it go? God damn it. Oh. And it's actually up on the site right now. I just, within the last few hours, changed some stuff around, so it's actually up on the site now. So just a super simple. But ChatGPT kind of came up with the basic. I had the image around here somewhere where it gave me. It was a basic image, but then I tried to get it to. Most people use that because it's easy and they don't need to think too much about the page. Yeah. I mean, it is nice for popping out simple code and stuff. But when I try to get it to actually create the stuff based on its image, it sucked. Yeah, it definitely helps. It's definitely one of the things where it's like a tool. Like a tool is only as good as like the person who's using it, really. So if you don't know how to correctly guide it and tell it things in like I don't want to say like a programmer way, but kind of like in a programmer way, I mean, it can easily get lost and just do stupid things because it's not told specifically not to. I did this thing and I was showing this off earlier. This was like a background remover too. Jeez, these Nightbot messages are so bad about spamming. I need to change that. That drives me crazy seeing that. Sorry. I also did this background remover tool with ChatGPT. This one's a little bit more complex. I mean, as far as the functionality of it. I mean, I guess the UI is too. But it's actually pretty useful. Considering I just whipped it together in like a day or so. And how much it actually does. But you can change like the threshold, of course. You can set different seed points and like individually take them off. Thank you. Which parts of it? Is there anything particular I should focus on in the future? That's good. Oh, the music keeps turning off. But yeah, you can do a lot of different things. You can take the oops, let's put some on here. You can take the mask or see the mask directly, change the feathering, um, change the feather like fall off type. Let me change this back to black. Uh yeah, like change. You can do some like weird stuff if you like want to. Not that you would want to do this in most. More posts? Um yeah, I need to. I've almost been at 8 hours, yeah. Well, I mean, streaming programming stuff is kind of simple. Well, I don't even want to call it programming. I mean, it's kind of weird. I don't know I guess vibe coding is the only term anymore for programming, really. For a lot of it. You're just guiding the AI through so much of the stuff now. But yeah, some of the time I'm not talking. Like earlier in the day, sometimes like uh I'll go a couple hours with just the mic off, just not saying anything, just kind of just doing different things. If there's nobody here in chat or something, it's easier for me to get distracted and talk to people in chat if they're here. So I just kind of end up doing that, which I don't care. I mean, makes the time go faster for me if I have people to talk to. Yeah, I'll have to get some more stuff on Twitter and Instagram. It's kind of just a pain. And that's why, I mean, I have the camera on sometimes. Like, and like, I actually go try and do like full femboy content. Have you tried to be a VTuber? Not yet. I don't have anything set up. I was gonna think, or I was thinking about trying to set up a simple like 2D thing that like bounce. I don't know if you've seen the simple ones that they kind of just like move around a little bit when you talk, and they have like an open mouth animation, or it's just essentially like a several images it just swaps between based on if you're talking or if you're like it can blink and stuff like that. It's just a simple like 2D PNG tuber, I think people sometimes call them. I was thinking about setting up that. And of course we have Astolfo here. Astolfo is the, I guess, mascot of the channel now. Some of that VTuber stuff is cool, like all the tracking, and it's crazy how good that tracking is on the on the VTuber stuff. But man, some of those, like I was in some channel and they were talking about like a new model they're getting. Some of those models cost upwards of like $5,000 for like some of the good ones, which is just crazy. It's absolutely insane that people are paying that for a. Of course, I mean, if you're a VTuber and you're making a lot of money, I like to try, but the camera that I have right now is not good enough, you know. Yeah, my camera is not very good either, actually. Because I'm using my phone, and so that's another problem. When I'm using a camera, I don't have a phone like at all that I can use because it's like using this special camera app that kind of routes it through OBS, and I can't really use it when it's on that. The app itself is actually pretty cool. If anyone ever needs a Android app that connects directly to OBS, it actually works really well. But my phone is like a Pixel 3B or something. It's like a I don't even know what version they're on, but it is like way past 3. And it was like the mid-range when I bought it, so it's basically garbage at this point. Like I would probably get like $5 on a trade-in if I was lucky. But I don't really care about like having a super nice phone. In fact, I prefer having kind of a piece of shit phone. That way I don't have to worry about like breaking it as much. So yeah, this was just a little project I kind of put together the last few days. I'm done with it now though. It got to a point where once it hit like 2,000 lines, it was just a little bit for too much for ChatGPT to handle. I don't know why people care too much about how good. Yeah, I don't know either. A lot of people, it's I don't want to categorize like all people that buy Apple products, but Apple people that like exclusively and like are in love with like the Apple brand, just I don't know. It's like an aesthetic for them, like a I don't even know. Like those have you heard those like I don't know like stories, but situations like it. Yeah, let's see. Apple phones has good camera and function. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's quality, kinda, but also Apple brand itself, like what they do as a company, uh, like some of their like tactics around certain areas. It also works with some software for capture. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say it doesn't have use and purpose. I just am not a huge fan of Apple brand and how they. Well, one, I think their stuff is just overpriced for what it is. I mean, it is. It's gonna be better than your average, probably brand hardware quality. But most people don't want an iPhone for that thing. I know. Um, but most people don't want an iPhone for that thing. I know what do you mean. You do know for that thing. I know what do you. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they don't care about or they don't care about like it having cool like features and stuff. They just care about like being, the trends essentially and just trying to fit in with their friends and stuff like that. The sheep of the world that just they're the ones that go into Twitch channels and ask streamers, "Oh, is this game good?" and like expect them to know like what type of game they like, and like I don't know. I kind of get that mentality, but also I kind of hate that mentality. Hey, I have an iPhone, that's all. I mean, it does have most people that do VTuber stuff have iPhones. I know they do have some stuff that in like Apple products, from what I heard, like graphic designers, if you're doing like graphic design or like any kind of like media editing, whether that's like video or image, I've heard they're superior for that stuff. And even programmers, there's a lot of programmers that use Apple products, which kind of surprises me, but they're more like, I don't know, Linux based than Windows stuff, cuz so it makes sense in that sense or that way. But I don't know, I just have always thought they were overpriced. Plus I don't like how they market their stuff. They kind of have this like marketing and just I don't know. I just dislike their whole I don't know image they put out there kind of. But they do have, I would say, in general, yeah, generally like better hardware than like something an average product would. Of course, they're going to be way more expensive than an average product by a lot too. And but they do. I've heard that just too much scummy stuff about the company, like just doing real scummy type shit. Like there's that one YouTuber that got really. God, what is his name? I actually follow him on a different channel. Shit, the guy from New York that moved to Austin, Texas. Uh, famous for fixing iPhones, but he talks all the time about that kind of stuff, like consumer rights and just how bad Apple is in that area, like forcing like $1,000 repairs on the consumers when it's like $100 part or something. But they do have, I mean, and they're known for that ease of use and simplicity, which definitely is nice in some cases. Sometimes it's nice to have the added functionality and features of the more detailed stuff. I mean, a lot of people do, and that's fine. A lot of people they like that image. They like the brand. The brand makes them, you know, gives them that fuzzy feeling like there's something special. Like there's like I was gonna say earlier, like those people that are like elitists about like the text message color. I don't even know exactly the details, but apparently like Android messages are one color and iPhone messages are another color, and some people are like I don't know, like elitist about like, oh, I can't talk to somebody from like a Android. I can't remember the exact details, but something along those lines. So I'm sure somebody else could explain it better, but just I don't know. People are just so weird. It's the same people that bought the Supreme stuff, the hype beast stuff. It's just I don't know. There's just people out there who their identity is formed around products they buy, essentially. And that's how they want to be seen by people. I mean, you see it all over, not even computer products. I mean, that's all like clothing really is. I mean, the huge logos and stuff. And I mean, I kind of used to, I don't want to say be that way to an extent, but when I was younger, kind of wanted certain brands and stuff. I don't give a shit really nowadays. Just buy cheap stuff. I don't really care. Plain. In fact, I kind of hate having any brand like labels on me now because I just feel like a walking billboard for a company, like paying to be a walking billboard. But that's just me personally. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like having a Nike logo or Adidas logo or just some logo, small logo or something, but just having like, I don't know. There's a couple brands that are, I think, notorious about just stupid, huge designs or huge logos. So yeah, anyways, that's kind of what I've been doing, working on, and this is all going through just a simple node server. I mean, actually, this is technically going through a node server, but the other website is technically just going through Apache now, just basic, super basic Apache web server. Because I didn't want to have two instances of this node server running, one on my VPS and one on my local computer. It was causing problems in chat. Actually, speaking, I want to test this real quick. Uh, well, that's not what I wanted to see. Where in the fuck is this? Oh, I turn it off here. So this is kind of what's hosting everything. Try it now. It should work now. But there's some weird stuff. Like the commands command actually triggers 3 different quote unquote bots. It triggers Nightbot, it triggers Stream Elements, and it triggers my thing, which is this running here currently. That's Cute Chat Mod is being ran through here. Is connected where you can actually see it right here. Oh no, this is actually Discord. Uh, Cute Chat Mod right there. And some of these commands aren't working. That's kind of what I'm working on. This was that thing I put together with ChatGPT, and we got to a point where it kind of just exploded and I had to take over, and I'm kind of refactoring stuff right now. So I was kind of just letting it do whatever it wanted, and I wasn't paying attention to the code really, and the code was kind of a fucking mess. It was disgusting. So I had to. I'm going through and kind of figuring out how I want to do this stuff properly, because I kind of want to make it. Uh, I don't know what the right word is. Robust, I guess would be the right word, and kind of modular, so I don't have to like mess with the core as much. Like if I want to add, because I want to have it basically just have like a whole bunch of different plugins that for like different things, like overlay plugin, a like control panel plugin, possibly Twitch command plugin, Discord command plugin, and overlay. Did I say that? I can't remember. So there's a couple different things these plugins could be, and I want to make it so they can easily like be added or removed or modified without having to change the core of the system. So I'm now trying to figure out how I want that core to be set up exactly. I've done stuff similar. The actual Cubicle site has a kind of very similar system I've created. It was a component system I ended up creating with like the blocks. So I was able to add like functionality to different things like like a lot of the blocks in Cubicle you can like interact with, like the doors and levers. All the main things you can interact with Minecraft, you can in Cubicle. So I had to create like that was like the main first one. Cubicle site always load a random seed. It's not random. It it's random between like 6 different projects essentially. All stuff I made a long time ago. There's actually a whole bunch of stuff saved to the site, but it's like user um like private user stuff where they just have like a obfuscated like like kind of like a YouTube link, just like a random string of characters essentially. But yeah, I really want to make the system kind of modular. And it kind of is like it is. Well, it says it's loading these things, but it's, well, it might technically be, but it's not loading in them correctly right now. It is loading commands correctly, though, as you can see. So if we, like, this actually isn't hooked up to anything. So I actually do want this to be a thing, not as a command. I just did that as like an easy way to test it. I want this to be a channel point reward for, like, basically I kind of want it so like if you spend more points you have like a higher percentage, but people can like do a lower point one for like a lower percentage one, kind of like a, just kind of like a cheap gamba. And then if they actually like hit the thing, I'll gift them a sub. I've never really seen channels do that. I don't know why. It's not that difficult to set up. Maybe they're just really cheap. I don't know. Maybe I'll regret. Of course, I can control the chances, and I have it currently, so the chance decreases. It goes down in half if you've won previously. So it's tracking some of that, like in a super simple way, but it is tracking it. Uh, so yeah, I want to maybe make a couple variations of that. What else is up there? Most of this doesn't really. See, like your chance is 15% because you've never won, whereas my chance was only 7.5 because it had recorded that I had won before, technically. Even if you technically win, it's not hooked up, so you won't get a sub. And all this information is going to get cleared out later on anyway, so yeah, feel free to. Interesting. It just showed your. Yeah, see, there's something is wrong with it. This thing is bugged. What the fuck? Why? Yeah, there's clearly multiple bugs with this thing. It's trying. What is it doing? It's trying to. It thinks your name is the @ sign. What the fuck? There's, like I said, there's a couple of things that kind of exploded. Um, you'll try to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep too. Actually, I think. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Um, feel free to stop by again tomorrow. I will be here. Um, try to be here every day. So yeah, anytime you guys feel like hanging out or chatting or just whatever, feel free. You're consuming the Twitch chat. See ya. Yeah, I definitely need to, I think, call it myself. It's been over 8 hours, and the sun's literally going to be coming up in like an hour and a half or so. And I hate when the sun comes up and I have to sleep. So, yep. If there's anybody left, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I enjoy talking to chat way more than I do programming. Honestly, I've done nothing but programming. It feels like for the last 10 years. So, uh, I could do with a little less of that and a little bit more chatting. Honestly, but I don't mind programming as well, especially when it's in this capacity. It's not too bad. So, yep, thank you everybody for the follows and all that good stuff. I appreciate it. And I will be here again. I normally try and get on. It's it's kind of a wide range. Lately it's been between 4 p.m. and like 6 or 7 p.m. But I've been trying to keep it within that range. But it might be earlier, it might be later. So we'll see. But I got another full 8 hours in, so that's good. I'm trying to get used to being on longer for longer periods of time. So getting a little bit easier each day. But it's been fun. Good times. Got a little bit done today. Feel like there's a lot more yapping than doing work, but that's completely fine with me. Completely fine. So yeah, anybody who has left, have a good evening, have a good night, good morning, good afternoon, good something, wherever you're at. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace.